Yes, good afternoon, dear participants. Welcoming you all for the second day International Faculty Development Program on Teaching Pedagogy, Research and Publication. As per the protocol, today the host show will be hosted by the most respected and honorable uh, Principal Sir, Madam Suresh Singh Sir, followed by the college, standard college authorities will take care of this entire day. Over to you, Dr. Roshni Bala Devi, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all. I, Dr. K. Rosnibala Devi, Assistant Professor and Faculty Development Director of this event, Department of Home Science Standard College. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this 15 days international workshop on innovative teaching, pedagogy, learning skill, research and academic publication organized by IIDM and the State Islamic University of Madura, Indonesia, in collaboration with Standard College, Manipur, Biramangal College, Manipur, Nakachari College, Assam, and other collaborating institutions. We are truly honored by your gracious presence in the academic gathering. Today is the second day, so in continuation of yesterday's, today we have two sessions, third session and fourth session. These two sessions aim to enrich our knowledge and promote academic interaction and provide a platform for sharing ideas and experience related to the theme of the workshop. Before we proceed further, I would like to invite our respected principal, Professor M. Suresh Singh, Organizing Secretary of this International Faculty Development, to deliver a few words about our college. Welcome, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, K. Rosnibala.
Welcome,
Good
sir.
afternoon. Good afternoon, and all the participants as well as resource person. I myself, Professor Mairembam Suresh Singh, the principal of Standard College. As we have mentioned that Standard College is one of the leading government colleges in Manipur. It is situated in Imphal East District, which is about 8 to 10 kilometers from International Airport of Imphal. Standard College is an co-educational institute which was established in the year 1979, and it became a fully government college in the year 2019. Standard College has around 16 departments, 8 in science and 8 in art streams. Together, we have around 57 teaching faculty and around 24 non-teaching staff as well as librarian. Standard College has been playing a very important role in the educational line as it was established in the year 1979. And in the last few years, we had been conducting various seminars, conferences, workshops, as well as symposium in our colleges, as well as in collaboration with other institutes. In 2024, we have collaborated with some institute outside India. And in 2025 as well as 26, we had been collaborating with Sir Bennett Institute, RC25, Sociology of Sports, Indian Society. We have also collaborated with Integrated Institute of Disasters Management, IDM. We have been also been associated with the Southeastern University of Sri Lanka, Oloville, and many other institutes outside the state as well as within the. So I welcome you all to this second day of 15-day International Faculty Development Program on innovative teaching pedagogy, learning skills, research, and academic publication, which is being held in both hybrid as well as online as well as offline mode from 15th to 29th May 2026. It has been organized mainly by Integrated Institute of Disasters Management, Tamil Nadu, State Islamic University of Madura, Indonesia, in collaboration with Standard College, Manipur, Biramangol College, Manipur, and other several esteemed institutions across the country, such as Assam, Andhra Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, and Uttar Pradesh. Today being the we'll be having third and fourth session. And I wish all the participants are having a good time and the very best of luck in the days to come. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving a brief picture of our college. Now, without further delay, we shall begin our third and fourth session. Now, today we have in continuation of yesterday's. Yesterday we had first and second session. Today, in continuation of that, we have third and fourth session. For this, I would like to invite Dr. T. Lakshmi Devi to introduce of our today's esteemed resource person. Please come on the screen. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Lakshmi.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce our resource person for today's session 3, Isa Podar. Mrs. Isa Podar is serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Commerce at Sister Nivedita University. She is actively engaged in teaching, academic mentoring, and curriculum development in the field of commerce and management studies. Her academic interests include outcome-based education, innovative teaching methodologies, curriculum planning, and higher education practices. She has been contributing to the development of learner-centered pedagogical approaches that enhance academic quality and student outcomes in higher education institutions. In this faculty development program, she will be delivering session 3 on outcome-based education and curriculum design, focusing on the principles, implementation, strategies, and significance of OBE in modern higher education systems. Her session will provide valuable insights into effective curriculum planning, learning outcomes, assessment strategies, and quality enhancement in teaching learning process. Please join me in warmly welcoming Ma'am Isa Podar. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a warm welcome.
Welcome, ma'am.
I hope my video and audio is clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Very good afternoon, everyone. Before I start with anything, I would like to ask one question to everyone. That is, I hope, first thing first, I hope my audio and video is clear to everyone. So kindly respond with a thumbs up or a yes.
Yes, it is very clear and loud.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so before I start, as I was saying, let me ask you one question. I would like you all to think about the best teacher you ever had. And the best teacher, not in terms of, the one who used to complete the syllabus fastest, but the one from whose class you could take away something, whose class, you still think that it gave you a sense of achievement. It, still helps you in your day-to-day work. I'll give you a moment to think about that teacher. Okay. Now I'll tell you something about that teacher. Whatever that teacher did in her or his class, whether it was intuitively, it was instinctively, or by talent, that is what every accreditation framework wants you to do, not just in a classroom framework, but through documentation, through systematically and at scale. so that it can help you record that yes, teaching is being done. NEP 2020 calls this outcomes. NAC calls it criteria 1 and 2, and NBA calls it the COPO attainment, right? So today my job is for the next 2 hours to make you all understand that this is not just documentation which we are doing. OB is not just documentation, and it is not just meaningless paperwork, but it is to make you feel that it is less of a paperwork and more like a craft of teaching, right? So as ma'am has said, my name is Isha Podar. I have been teaching in Sister Nivedita University as an assistant professor. When I started with OBE, I came not as a believer, but as a skeptic. I was very skeptic whether it will actually help in improving my teaching, or will it just be meaningless hours and hours of paperwork which I have to do. But now, the framework has slowly converted me. Now I am a strong believer that yes, though it includes a lot of paperwork, but it has also improved my teaching methods, my teaching frameworks. And I want to share both my conviction and skepticism with you all in today's session. Before I start, I want to lay down some ground rules. If you have any questions you want to ask, kindly write in the chat box or you can raise your hand. After every 15-20 minutes, I will take up any questions. Secondly, if I'm asking a question, I would like you all to kindly answer. I will prefer a session where we will have it, where it is interactive rather than a silent one. And lastly, whatever I'm sharing or presenting today, I will share it with you all through email. So I will share it with Sir, and Sir can email or forward it to you through either email or WhatsApp, whatever. Now, let me share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, madam.
And when I am making it in screen mode, like presentation mode, is it coming?
Yeah, it is coming very clear.
Thank you. 1 second. Yes. Okay. So this will be my session flow for today's session. To just give you a gist, I have divided the whole session into 3 parts. Block A refers to the why. So section 1 and 2 will cover the why OB exists, what are its vocabularies, and what does those vocabularies mean. Then block B covers the how. It tells you how you have to write your outcomes, how you can map your outcomes, see your course outcomes with program outcomes, how you can design your curriculum, how to attain your achievements through your COPO mapping and attainment. And lastly, the block C deals with the real world. It helps us to know about teaching strategies which we can apply to attain our COs, the challenges which we face in real life. And at the end, I will have a small Q&A session before we end with the session. So we will begin with the introduction, why OB matters in today's classroom. Before I start, I would like to show you a small clip, and please kindly watch this clip to take one phrase from this whole clip, which I will ask after the clip ends, that how OBE is shifting our motive of teaching. So let us watch this clip for a minute or two. I hope the video is visible and audible.
It is visible but not audible.
Okay. Okay, let me try from YouTube once. Is it audible now?
No, no, no.
Okay. I think from sharing the audio has been disabled, I believe.
No, ma'am, sorry for the interruption, ma'am. While you were sharing the video, no, you share the entire screen along with the sound so that it will be audible to all the participants, ma'am.
Okay, okay,
Share the entire screen with the audio, ma'am. Okay.
okay.
Ah, ah.
So, yeah, this is on. Is it audible now?
No, 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 madam. Just only visible.
Okay. So I think there's some problem with the audio. Okay. So I believe this is everyone has watched, right? Where Rancho is very happy when he starts his engineering class, and his faculty ask him why you are laughing so much. So he says that I'm enjoying and I'm very happy that I am studying engineering, right? And then the faculty ask him a question where he answers in a very simpler language. But what happens is that after he answers in such a simpler language, the faculty says that this answer is not at all acceptable. And then Chatur answers in a very bookish language, I will say, and the faculty is very happy with his answer. Right. And when Rancho then questions his teacher that why wasn't my answer acceptable, then the teacher says that your answer was not what it was written in a book. Right. That so can you anyone tell me about this scene, that how Obi comes into this scene? Minakshi's answer, definition shows our understanding. Definition means how we have understood. Okay. Anyone else would like to answer? You can unmute and also answer. Anyone? Okay. So see, over here we can see the clear transition in OBE. How? I'll tell you. Earlier, we used to ask a question, did we finish the syllabus? What was the subject here? The subject was we. That means us, the teachers. Whether we have completed the lecture, whether we have completed all the syllabus which we are asked to, right? But now, when the shift has been done from input-based output education to output-based education, now we are asking the question, did students actually achieve the intended learning? So the subject has changed from us, we, the teachers, to the students. Whether the students have understood the learning, whether the students are able to grasp what we are teaching and converting it or applying it into an outcome. So that is where OB comes into the picture. I hope it is clear. So for decades, education in India used to focus on what was being taught. But right now, OB is asking us to measure what is being learned. And that is the whole revolution about OB is all about. Now, here I want to ask you a question, and I would like everyone to answer. If your student forgets everything 1 week after the exam, did learning actually happen? I would like you all to write yes or no, or you can, give your reasoning also in the chat box if you're not able to unmute. Yes, sir, kindly answer. Someone has raised their hand. Sumanthi ma'am has said no. Mini ma'am has also said no. Anyone else who wants to answer this? Okay. Okay, a lot of people are saying no. Now, hear me. Whether learning has actually happened or not depends on what your curriculum outcome is based on. If you have written your curriculum outcome as the students will be able to remember something, right? Then yes, the the learning has happened. Why? Because the student has been able to remember, write it down in the exam, and then for a short period of time, they have remembered, right? So your outcome over here is achieved. So learning has happened. But if your outcome is based on analysis, application, create, or design, then obviously your outcome has not been reached. Why? Because over here, the student is only remembering for a short period of time. So if a student is only able to remember for a short period of time, that means they will not be able to apply or analyze or create or design. Hence, your outcome is not achieved. That is the reason why outcome-based education is very important, because it helps us to measure how much the student is actually learning. I hope I am clear with what I have said. Now, as you can see on the screen, we have three frameworks: NEP 2020, NAC SSR, and NBA accreditation, right? There are three frameworks which define what they require in three different vocabularies. But they demand only one outcome. And what is that? That learning should happen. And the interesting thing is that OBE suggests only that. OB helps us to show to all these three frameworks that yes, learning is happening, outcome is being produced in a documentation manner. Now, just to define the three heads in a small, a short manner within a few minutes, first we'll start with NEP 2020. You can think about NEP 2020 as a policy umbrella. Dr. Lincoln is saying students were most of the time able to remember experience and whatever they have learned things related to their experience. Yes, sir, this is very true. Okay, now coming back, NEP 2020, you can think about it like a policy umbrella. Why? Because it tells us, or it defines how we can write our outcomes, how to define what the UG and PG students will achieve, will be able to do after their program is complete. Right. So what is the key contribution of NEP? Key contribution of NEP is NHEQF. What is NHEQF? NHEQF stands for National Higher Education Qualification Framework. Basically, it helps us to understand after each and every course, after each and every program, what the UG and PG students will be able to perform. And that is what NEP 2020 demands of us. Now coming to NAC, NAAC, it is like a general higher education accreditor, right? What does it do? It helps it asks the universities and colleges to fulfill two criteria. Criteria 1 refers to curriculum aspect, and criteria 2 relates to teaching learning outcomes. Right. So whenever you will go for a NAC accreditation, the SSR will not check whether you have written the course outcomes correctly or the program's outcomes correctly. They will not check that. What will they check? Whether you are able to map your COs, that is the course outcome, with your POs, program outcomes, and whether this attainment is being achieved through your exam policies or not. Right. And now coming to NBA, I will say NBA is like the strictest because it refers to professional program accreditor, right? It refers to professional programs. It does not just want you to define your COs, POs, but it also wants the proper quantitative achievement, not just qualitative, quantitative achievement, either through direct or indirect means. We will come to what is direct and indirect means in a few, after some time. And it also demands from us to continuously improve ourselves. Okay, so we can say that NEP is like a small thing, covering which there is NAC, and NBA is the largest one. I hope I'm able to make you all understand the difference between the three. So all three of them wants OBE. OBE is like the common operating language for all the frameworks. When you make OBE for one, you can use it for all the three. But NEP wants it in short, NAC wants it in a bit larger scale, and NBA wants it in a detailed manner. And it specifically, all three focuses on whether you are able to achieve or attain your COPO mapping attainment. I hope I am able to make you all understand the difference between the three. Okay, now let us come to the three vocabularies, main vocabularies of OBE. First one is PEO, then we have the PO, and then we have the CO. I'd like to show you a small diagram before we proceed. Let me just see whether I have a... Yes. Okay, can you all see the whiteboard which I'm trying to share? Is the whiteboard visible?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Okay. So I'm just drawing a small diagram. Okay. Think about a circle. Okay. I'll request everyone to stop writing on the whiteboard. Okay, I think okay, think about the circle. Okay, I think I'll stop sharing. This was not a good idea. Okay, think about CO like a small circle. And outside the CO, we have the PO. And outside the PO, we have the PEO. Okay. Now, what does this mean? See, CO is the basic framework. CO is what helps us to map what a student will achieve after each and every course. Okay. Then we have the PO. PO means what a student will achieve after each and every program. Matlab, after they have completed, suppose a student is doing BCom. So after they have completed BCom, what they will achieve or what they will be able to demonstrate and do. And PEO means what this particular student will be able to do, demonstrate after they have graduated, and it has been 4-5 years after graduation. So let me take an example. Let me take the program as BCom, and there is a subject called income tax in BCom. So CO helps us to understand after income tax curriculum is completed, if all the test and everything is done, what a particular student will be able to, achieve after completing this particular subject or course. After the student has graduated BCom, just after, what the students will be able to demonstrate and perform. That is what is PO all about. And what is PEO? PEO means after the student has graduated, it has been 4-5 years the student is working in the industry. Now, what we can expect from the student as a long-term career life achievement. Is it clear? Okay. So, how to do these? We'll come to that. First, let me give you a more, specific example for this. Suppose I'm saying students will be able to compute income tax using the provisions given in the Income Tax Act 2025. This refers to a CO, right? What will be a PO, students will be able to apply accounting standards and different analytical tools to interpret financial information. And what is a PEO, a long-term goal? Students will be able to lead an audit engagement and contribute to financial governance in industry or practice. So you can see the difference between a CO, PO, and a PEO. Yes or no? Okay. Now, one thing we should remember very categorically, that we know that yes, we have to create a PO, we have to create a CO, and we have to create a PEO also. But if your COs does not align with your PO, and if your PO does not align with your PEO, then it is no use creating all these three. Why? Because if there is no alignment, that means the student, even after doing all the subjects in their particular program, they will not be able to achieve the target of the program. Why? Because the COs of the course or the subject is not aligned with the outcomes of your program. Similarly, if our long-term goal is not matching with the short-term goal of a student graduating, like what they can do after their graduation, then what is the use of doing that particular degree, right? So that's why your PO should align with your PEO. I hope I'm able to make you understand why it is important to align your CO, PO, and PEOs. So we can think about CO like a daily milestone, PO like the route map, and PEO like the destination final city for us. Okay, now let's do a small activity. I would like you all to take 1 or 2 minutes and write one course outcome for any subject which you all teach. Any subject which you all teach from whichever background you are from, means whichever stream or you teach from. I'll give 2 minutes for you all to, write, and then if anyone volunteers, then we will discuss. So again, course outcome is something which you want your students to have achieved after completing their particular course. Okay, so basically the question or the activity is that you have to take up any particular subject which you teach, right? And write one CO for that particular subject. Again, I'll just define what a CO is. So CO basically shows what the students will be able to achieve, right, after they have completed that particular course. So let me give you an example. Like I teach income tax. So one of my course outcome could be students will be able to compute income tax using the provisions of Income Tax Act 2025. Okay. I think a lot of you have typed your COs. Now, before I discuss these COs, let me come to something called Bloom's taxonomy. I believe everyone over here must have heard about this. Some people also know about it in detail, but I would like to go from the basics or the crux. A fun fact about Bloom's taxonomy is that it exists for nearly 70 years or more. But still it is said to be one of the most important tools to write our course outcomes. Why? Because it gives us verbs for each cognizant levels. As you can see, there are 6 cognizant levels. And these verbs helps us to define our COs. Okay. Now, let me first discuss the Bloom's taxonomy. Then I will come to your COs and tell you how to use this to write your COs and how different it is from what you are already doing. Okay. So there are 6 cognitive levels for every student. First one, we'll start from the bottom, is remember. Remember means a student should remember whatever is being taught in the class. Then we have something called understand. A student should understand whatever we are teaching in the class. Apply. The student should be able to apply whatever we are teaching in real life. Then we have analyze. A student should be able to understand what we are teaching them in the class, remember it, apply it, and will be able to analyze any critical problem using the things taught in the class. Evaluate. Evaluate means the student should be able to critique, justify whatever is happening using the things being taught in the class. And create means the student should be able to understand, remember, apply, analyze, evaluate, and at the end, create, design, compose something new using the things taught in the class. So this is how the cognitive level, shifts a student's thinking towards higher order. Okay, so the first 2, remember and understand, are called the lower order recall, and the last 4 are called the higher order. Okay, it is said that whenever a person is writing their COs, maximum of their COs should map with the higher 4, and minimum of them should map with the lower 2. So if you have, suppose, 5 COs for a particular course, and you see that 4 of them are mapping with Bloom's taxonomy level 1, remember, and level 2, understand, that means your whole course is defined using only the lower order recall. Means your course is based on a person only remembering and understanding, but they will not be able to apply your course anywhere when they go in real life. So we do not want such courses to be floating, right? So hence, it has been stated specifically that your curriculum or for a particular course should be designed in such a manner that it should target the top 4 Bloom's taxonomy levels. Am I able to explain what I have been trying to say? Is there any doubt to what I've said? Okay. Now, look at the right side where I have written some use measurable words in COs. I have made 2 columns. One is for use and one is for avoid. In avoid, you can see I've used the words learn, know, understand, appreciate. There is a reason for this. When I'm saying a student should be able to learn income tax. Now, what is learn? How do you measure this word learn? Is there a way to measure it? No, it is not quantifiable. And that's why we avoid these kind of verbs. We use those verbs which we can measure in terms of quantitatively, like define, explain, calculate, apply, right? Now, let me come to the COs which you have written earlier. Okay, Meenakshi ma'am has written developing leadership characteristics and then joining the company as a manager. Ma'am, I was asking for you to write a course outcome. Means the student will be able to achieve these particular things after completing a particular course or a particular subject, right? But I believe developing leadership character and then joining the company as a manager, I believe it requires a combination of multiple courses. So it could be a program outcome. But yes, understanding the characteristics is important. I agree. Now coming to the next one, Vishal sir has written course outcome for political science. So to be able to define Indian Constitution. So sir, over here, as you can see, you have written define. Here define refers to remember, right? So you are trying to say students will be able to define Indian Constitution. But Indian Constitution in itself is a huge, thing. So which portion will they be able to define? Using what? That is questionable, right? So something in this course outcome is missing. Okay. Dr. Sandhyani, I hope I'm saying your name right, has written, understand basic concepts and its relevance. Over here, ma'am, your the course outcome which you have written is very vague. Why it is vague, I'll tell you. Because there is no specific thing which you want the students to understand the basic concept of or its relevance. Like basic concept of what and what's relevance, right? So that part is not there. Next, to be able to apply critical thinking skill in design solution. This is a good one. Tanu ma'am has written. Okay, I believe these were a few course outcomes which were given. So as you can see, till now, what course outcome we were writing, we used to focus mainly on remember and understanding without focusing on applying, analyzing, creating, evaluating, right? So right now, the shift is being done from the lower order to the higher order using OBE, because NBA, NAC, etc. all these wants us to focus more on the 4 higher order Bloom's taxonomy levels. I hope I am able to understand, say or make you all understand what I'm trying to tell you about the Bloom's taxonomy levels. I'll also give you an example on how to write the COs. That will be in the next part. But till now, whatever I've been trying to tell you about the Bloom's taxonomy, I hope that is clear. Okay. Now, let me give you a small example for a different streams, like how to focus on this Bloom's taxonomy level and use verbs correctly for it. So first I'll start with commerce or finance. We can use words like calculate, prepare, audit, evaluate, comply, right? Then for engineering, we can use words like design, simulate, troubleshoot, optimize. For humanities, we can use interpret, argue, contextualize, critique. And for sciences, we can use hypothesize, experiment, infer, model. So as you can see that even though we are talking about different streams here, yet Bloom's taxonomy levels covers every stream, right? We can use this pyramid for all the different streams. Okay. And I'll tell you something, when NEP 2020 or NB accreditation happens, they look for these levels in your, course outcomes, POs, PEOs, etc. So this has become very important in OBE right now. Now, let me discuss how you can write an effective course outcome. Okay, earlier, when we didn't know about how to, write course outcomes using Bloom's taxonomy or how the OBE system used to work, what we used to know, students will know taxation. But this is an example I'm giving you. But what is the problem about no taxation? What is the word no? KNOW. I cannot measure it, right? If a student is knowing about salary, will it be enough? Or the student should know about salary, house property, capital gains, all the different heads of income. Should they be able to know about computation also? So there is no clarity when I'm using the word no, and it is not measurable also. Secondly, taxation is too broad a term for us, right? It could be direct tax, indirect tax, GST, income tax, customs, etc. Third, condition is missing from this sentence, which I've said, no taxation. Under what condition will they know taxation? We don't know. Which taxation? Taxation gets revised after a few years or sometimes even a few months, right? So condition is missing. And we are not able to measure the performance or assess the performance of the student over here. How do I know that they are able to know taxation? Understood? So these were a few mistakes which we all used to make when we used to write course outcomes, right? So how to write an effective CO, which helps us to attain our final objective, right? So effective course outcome should contain 4 things. First, it should have the action verb. Second, it should have the content. Third, it should have a condition. And fourth, it should have a performance. Okay, so what are the things I said? It should have an action verb. It should have a content. It should have a condition. And lastly, it should have performance. Okay, now look at the example which I have mentioned here in the slide. Calculate taxable income of individuals using provisions of the Income Tax Act. This no taxation I've written like this now. But isn't it more clear? Is it now measurable? Because when I'm saying the word calculate instead of no, I'm able to understand that what I'm trying to say is the students will be able to calculate quantitatively, methodologically, how to compute the income tax of individuals, not corporates, not firms, only individuals. Using the provisions of Income Tax Act, I have not written the year because currently new Tax Act 2025 has come. So you can add 2025 there. So what I'm trying to say over here is that through this sentence, now it is more clear for anyone who is reading a CO that after completing this particular course in my curriculum, I will be able to calculate my taxes for an individual using the provisions of the Income Tax Act. Isn't it correct? So here you can see the word calculate is a verb. The first one is an action verb and calculate is a verb. Then it should have the content. So taxable income of individual is the content. Condition is using what? Using provision of Income Tax Act. And performance means now I can measure the accuracy of this whole CO. Whether the student is actually able to calculate this taxable income or not. This exam I can take and I can measure whether the student has been able to achieve this particular CO or not. So let me just, brief through this again. That when I'm writing a CO, my object is not to just write it theoretically and be done with it. When I'm writing a CO, I should write it in such a manner that first, it is very clear, it is measurable, it is something which I can test using my learning techniques, pedagogies, right, which I will come later. So my CO should be measurable and I will be able to measure that CO using whatever end semester or continuous assessments which I'm taking. And it will help me achieve that attainment and to check whether, yes, the students have been able to achieve or attain the outcomes or not. Whether this course was actually practically applicable or not, that I am checking by writing a CO. So is it clear what I've said? Matlab, have I been able to make you all understand the importance or why this difference or this shift in writing of a CO is happening? So from this, you can take away something which is very important is this 4 things: action verb, plus content plus condition plus performance. Now I will be sharing on the screen a list of verbs which you can use for every Bloom's taxonomy level. Before I share, I would like to say something that we know, as I have stated earlier also in the previous slide, that there are 6 Bloom's taxonomy level. Remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. And it is said, it is always preferable never to use these levels names, means remember, understand, in your COs. Do not use the name of the levels in your COs. Instead, use the verbs which define each level in your COs. Because when I'm saying understand, understand what? How will you measure the word understand? We are not able to measure the word understand, right? But if I say define, then obviously you can measure the word define or explain or calculate, right? Why? Because when I'm saying define, you understand that yes, the student will be able to define a particular word from the course when I will give it to them. So that is measurable. But understand, it is not measurable. Whether the student have understood or not, how will you measure that, right? So let me share that particular word list with you. After the meeting is done, I will share this list as well as the slide with Sir Bennett sir, and he can share it with you all. So as you can see, for every Bloom's taxonomy level, I have given a list of words here. This is very honestly not prepared by me. This is just collated from all the different places where I've collected the words from. So, okay. Now let me give you an example of a CO so that you will be more able to understand, right? Again, I will take up the subject which I am teaching. I hope you will be able to translate whatever I'm saying for your own subject. So, in our institution, we have been asked to make 5 COs for a particular subject. And as we know, maximum of our COs should be from the top 4 and not from the bottom 2, right? In the pyramid I'm talking about. So what we prefer to do is, out of the 5 COs, 1 CO we keep either from level 1 or level 2, that is remember or understand. And the rest 4 COs are from level 3, 4, 5, and 6 as per the curriculum, or basically as per your course. So suppose I'm writing a CO of level 3, right? So from level 3, you can see the different words which I'm giving. From here, suppose I have written a CO. The student will be able to construct the income tax calculator using the provisions of the Income Tax Act. This is a very small one which I have seen. So the student will be able to construct the income tax calculator using the provisions of the Income Tax Act. So here you can see that I have used the word construct. That means the student will be able to apply their knowledge and use it to prepare the income tax calculator, right? Using the provisions of the Income Tax Act. Now, I believe you must have written a CO earlier when I have asked you to do. Now I want you all to write the same CO in the manner which I have just discussed using the verbs which you can see on the screen. Okay, so I want you all to write the same CO so that you can compare between the two and find the difference between the writing of COs. Now you have to use the verbs which I have shown and the method which I have just discussed. I'm giving a few minutes for you all to do that. Till then, if anyone has a question till what I have been, discussing, kindly write it in the chat box if you're not able to unmute. Yes, sir, you can. Yes, ma'am, you can, choose from any of the levels you want. Those who have completed writing the CO, you can type it in the chat box so that we can discuss over here. So, sir, there are specific rules for it. If you come under AICTE, then they want a minimum of around 6 COs, 6 to 8 COs. There are 12 POs. PSO is normally around 5, and PEO is around 6 or 8. For and coming under UGC, that is a non-engineering course, it has not been defined. So normally, whatever your institution prefers, whatever they want to, keep the number so that it is in parity, you follow that. For our institution, we follow 5 COs, and we have 4 POs and 2 PEOs. This is what we in SNU follow. Has anyone completed writing any CO, which we can discuss? For social science subjects, sir, it is not defined, the exact numbers. Earlier, our institution used to write 6 COs, then it was, shortened to 5. So for social science, it is not defined, but it is stated that an average of around 5 CO is good. Some people think that a lot of CO is good. That is wrong. If the number of COs is concise and able to, grasp the every essence of your course, that is much more preferable. That means your course could be achieved through some certain specific taxonomy levels, which is really good. Tanu ma'am has written to be able to understand and remember the elements and principles of design in daily scenarios. Okay, here ma'am, one thing I will say, kindly avoid using the word understand and remember. Okay, you can use to be able to, instead of understand, explain, interpret, rephrase, summarize, translate, means the verbs which are given in the list on the screen below, understand, over here. And instead of remember, you can write recall, show, tell, like this. And it is always preferable. Preferable, I'm not saying that it is concrete. Preferable if you use only one Bloom's taxonomy level in one C. So either use any word from, Bloom's taxonomy level 2 or from level 1. Demonstrate the role of cache management in microcontrollers. Okay, this one is a good one. Demonstrate. So, ma'am, Meenakshi ma'am, these phrases which you are saying for practical subject, yes, but I will not say that these verbs cannot be used for what should I say, non-practical subjects, because there are certain portions in those subjects also where you can use the word calculate also. It just depends how you want to interpret that sentence. Dr. Bindu sir, there is no such rule that it should be a maximum of 4 in number. For non-engineering programs, it is not specified. You can define as many COs as you want for your course, but a preferable number is around 5. Analyze human behavior and mental processes scientifically. Okay. Again, sir, over here, you have used analyze, and even though it is there in the list, still it is preferable if you could, use a different word instead of analyze. Develop critical thinking and problem solving skills related to psychological issues. Okay. Applying psychological knowledge in personal, educational, social, and professional contexts. Okay. Again, sir, same thing I will say, that even though apply and analyze is there in the list, it is always preferable to not to use them. This list I have got from official websites. I have taken out words from the different websites, but still, whenever there is an accreditation process and whoever comes, they always suggest not to use the words given in the Bloom's taxonomy levels. Apply and integrate planning, organizing, decision-making, staffing, and directing processes in an organization. Okay. Harini ma'am, first of all, good afternoon. I'll suggest something. When you are defining a CO, don't try to be very specific. I'll tell you why. Because when you are trying to be very specific, that means that particular CO will only relate to that particular chapter in your whole course. But we do not make a CO chapter wise. We make it as a course wise, right? So it should, like for example, when I wrote that in the example which I gave about income tax, the students will be able to calculate the income tax of an individual using the provisions of Income Tax Act. So when I'm saying calculate the income tax of an individual, I have included a lot of chapters in that particular course, right? So it encompasses the whole course together. Like that, your COs should focus on. Critique the role of medical doctors, paramedicals, pharmaceutical industry, and social. Okay. Again, I think it is a bit specific, sir. Sorry, ma'am. Identify and analyze, evaluation, applying, calculate, applying for all practical subjects. Okay. Yes, these type of words are mainly used for practical subjects. Madhumita ma'am has written, like for human geography, COs could be apply concepts and principles of human geography to explain population distribution, migration, settlements, and cultural landscape. Same suggestion from me, ma'am. When you are writing this particular CO, it has become very specific, right? And you have used apply as well as explain over here. So these are two different Bloom's taxonomy levels. We always focus to write using one particular Bloom's taxonomy level. And secondly, we try to not make that particular CO very specific, because when you will do the COPO attainment mapping, you will find that then all your questions should be from that 4 words or phrases which you have used. Otherwise, the attainment will not happen. Explain the relationship between culture, society, and environment in shaping human landscapes. So, like in this, you could use something like explain the relationship between, you can club all these 3 words into a single phrase and use that. So you can make it a bit generalized. Okay. Develop thematic maps, spatial models, and analytical reports using geographical data and modern techniques. Yes, this is a good one. Make use of statistical values in social research. Okay. Brainstorming activities, ma'am. Okay. Okay, so I hope through this small activity, I have been able to explain how to write a CO. I know when I did a workshop on how to write a CO, it was for a very long time. I have been trying to incorporate whatever or at least the basics of writing a CO in this 2-hour session, which includes 2-3 things. So I hope whatever I've been trying to share with you all, I've been able to get through with it. If anyone has any questions on writing COs, kindly let me know in the chat box. Otherwise, we can go to the next slide or we can proceed with it. Should I move on? Okay. Next, we will be discussing the CO-PO mapping. This is very important. It is like, see, let me give you an example. When we are teaching a small kid, we first teach them ABCD. Then we teach them what different words are: ball, apple, tree, right? Then we teach them what are verbs, what are prepositions, everything. But what we want them to understand at the end, to prepare sentences or meaningful sentences, right? That is what COPO mapping is all about. We have till now written our COs. In similar manner, we can write our POs also, program outcomes. Now we want to check which CO aligns with which PO of mine. Okay, so now what we are checking? We are checking which CO of mine aligns with which PO of mine. Hello, Dr. Sudhyani ma'am. We can discuss this after the session because this is very specific to your particular subject. So if you are okay with it, we can discuss it after the session. Okay, coming back to the COPO mapping. So as I was saying, now we have written our COs, we have defined our POs also. Now we want that each of our courses should align with our programs, right? It should not be that we are teaching different courses in our program, but they do not align with what outcomes we have thought for our program. If, let me give you an example. Suppose it is a psychology course, right? But there I'm teaching income tax. So it will in no way align, the course will not align with the program, right? So what I'm trying to say here is that through COPO mapping, we check whether this particular course aligns with my particular program or not, and how much attainment we get by completing this course with our programs. So what we do is we first write our programs outcomes on the top in the x-axis like this, right? As you can see, PO1, PO2, PO3, PO4 like this. Then we write the course outcomes in the column. And then the place where the cell aligns, as you can see, if you can see my arrow, this is where the cell is aligning for PO1 and CO1. We write a number. Over here, see, I've written 3. What does 3 denotes? See, the number 3 denotes over here that the course outcome 1 aligns with my program outcome 1 highly. That means it is able to fulfill the first program outcome of my whole program if a student completes course outcome 1. So what this alignment helps us to do, again, I'll tell you, when I'm saying the mapping is suppose 0, the mapping can be 0. That means the course outcome does not align with a particular program outcome of mine. 1 means there is slight alignment. 2 means there is medium alignment. And 3 means there is high alignment, right? Now, when I'm making this particular table, this will categorically denote to us which course outcome helps us to achieve which program outcome. So when I'm writing 3, it means there is high alignment. When I'm writing 2, it means it is a medium alignment, and so on and so forth. Right. Now, something to remember is that not every course outcome should align with every program outcome. It need not be so. Some people think that no, each and every course outcome of mine should align with each and every program outcome of mine, and it should be either a medium or a high alignment. That is not so. If it is so, later on, when after all your assessments are done and when you will check the attainment part, you will see it is not being attained. Because it cannot be that each and every course outcome of each and every course will have a high or a medium alignment with your program outcomes. Am I able to explain this? Are you able to understand what I'm trying to say here? Now this 1, 2, 0 or 3 number, this is your own thought. What do you think? How much it aligns? If my program outcome is that a student should be able to audit a particular audit using the Indian account auditing standards in any Indian firm. Okay. And then one of the course outcome is that students will be able to document, verify, etc., etc. Or prepared, students will be able to prepare the documentary evidence for an Indian account auditing firm. Now, when I want to align this, my course outcome was related to preparation of audit documents. But my program outcome relates to the whole auditing process. Yes or no? So preparation of audit document does not directly mean that the student will be able to audit a firm. So there will not be a high alignment, but it will help in alignment or to achieve that program outcome in some manner, because without documentation, or if a student does not know how to prepare an audit documentation, they will not be able to do the audit. Yes or no? So in that manner, we can say that it is a medium alignment. So when we align this particular course outcome with that particular program outcome, we will write there too. Am I able to make you all understand what I'm trying to say? So this 2 is something which I have thought. There is no categorical methodological manner in which to calculate this. This number you put by thinking how much this program outcome is this course outcome is aligned with my program outcome. So this is what you will analyze and think and then write. Is it clear? Now, one more thing I want to discuss before we proceed. When you are making the COPO alignment, and suppose you all think that let me show a strong alignment of this particular course with a particular program. Okay, it can be so that the whole course is so aligned with your program outcome that all the cells are being filled with high or medium alignment. Very good. Now, when suppose the NBA visits or the NAC visits and they see that there is a high alignment with this, right? Then they will obviously be a bit suspicious. What they will say? Okay, you have shown high and medium alignment for this one. Kindly show me the question paper. Okay, so you have shown your question paper. In your course outcome, you have written, because you want to show that the course is very, it deals with high Bloom's taxonomy levels, and you have written analyze, create, design, and everything. You have used verbs from there, and you have written your course outcome, which you have aligned highly with your program outcomes, right? And then in the question paper, you have given questions like define this particular term, explain this particular phrase in short. So do you think your question paper is aligning with what you want or to test the students or teach the students? In the question paper, you are writing the words define, explain. Is it matching with create and design? You have not given a single question on create or designing something in the question paper. No, right? So that is why I was saying that when we write the course outcome, it should be, yes, case studies you can use. So when you are giving a case study in the question paper, it can align, it may or and can align with the high level course outcomes. But I'm giving an example that when we prepare the question paper, we prepare the question paper by writing, mostly we have seen by writing define, explain, differences, right, etc. Now the things are changing, I know, but if we are using these terms, we cannot say now that we have been able to make the students attain course outcome of design level or create level. Yes or no? So this is what I was trying to say, that just showing everything on papers is not important, and it will not show that you have achieved your course or program outcomes. You will have to make sure that you have executed it by making sure that whatever pedagogical test you are taking from the students, it aligns with what your course outcome is, which aligns with your program outcomes. Okay. Harini ma'am is asking, ma'am, will we do this for all the courses individually that are provided for a particular program? Yes, ma'am. For each and every courses that are there in a program, you will have to do. So let me give you an example. Suppose I teach in commerce programs. So let's take an example of BCom. So in BCom, there are right now 8 semesters. And suppose in each semester, you have 5 courses. So 8 into 5, 40. So 40 COPOs you need to make. So yes, this is a bit paperwork also. I will not say that it is not a paperwork. Yes, there are a lot of paperworks for this also. But to some extent, it will help you understand that what you want your students to do after they graduate, or what you want the subject which you are teaching to make your students achieve something. You can map that using this COPO mapping. Okay. So anyone has any doubt from the COPO mapping? Dr. Prema ma'am, basically 3-point scale is not defined, but it is the most acceptable one. Because if you increase the points, then understanding it in your from your end will become difficult. So the most acceptable one is a 3-point scale. There are people who use percentage also, but the point scale is the maximum widely used one. Any other questions? Okay, then I'm proceeding. Now let us come to the second part. So till now we were discussing mainly about OBE, its vocabularies and everything. Now let us come to the second part of the session, that is the curriculum design process. Okay. So as we can see that this is a 6-step process. First, we start with defining our program outcomes. So I'll take an example and go through this process. I'll again take the example of BCom. First, what do we set? We set our program outcomes, that what outcomes we are expecting from our program. So whatever I'm expecting a BCom graduate to achieve, that I will write in program outcomes. Okay, and it should obviously align with the NEP 2020 and NBA NAC criteria, which is mentioned. So we have to align our program outcomes with the specified things mentioned by NEP 2020 and NBA or NAC. Okay. So after my POs are finalized, after we see that yes, POs are done, Then we draft our course outcomes on the basis of our program outcomes. So if we see in our program outcomes, because it is, okay, so we are talking about BCom. Normally the 6th level, create level, not in BCom, we do not find a lot of things which a student can create. Right, so maybe your program outcome may not deal with something of create level. So our course outcomes should also be, all the courses which I'm teaching in the program should also should not align with any outcome which is not there in our program outcome. So we should try to keep our umbrella under our program outcome only. Okay, so if my program outcomes are from the first 5 levels of Bloom's taxonomy, then my course outcome should also be from the first 5 levels of our Bloom's taxonomy. I'm not saying that you cannot keep from the 6th level. Yes, you can keep, but it will then not align with program outcome. So as we have discussed in the last slide also, it is not mandatory that all your course outcomes should align, but maximum of it should do. That 60 to 70% alignment should be there. So when we write our course outcome, we should have that in our mind. After we have prepared our course outcomes, now we will prepare the syllabus, prepare syllabus units. What are the contents which we will teach in each of our courses? And this syllabus unit should be aligned with my course outcome, whatever outcomes I have designed for my particular course. So if I have designed that a student will be able to, let's take the example of tax again. If I have designed that the student will be able to calculate income tax of an individual, and I am teaching how to compute income tax of firms, it will obviously not align, right? So our syllabus should be prepared in accordance with our course outcomes. After I've prepared the syllabus, then we select a pedagogy, or also known as teaching method. So if my course outcome relates to applying, designing, analyzing, then our method of teaching should also be such that it should align with whatever verbs I have used in my course outcome. Suppose I want the students to create and then I go to class and give lectures each and every day, it will obviously not align with what I want the outcome of the course to be. So my pedagogy should be such that it should align with my syllabus as well as the course outcomes. Then after selecting the perfect pedagogy or the correct pedagogy methods, then we design the method of assessments. So if I want for example, in engineering, suppose one of the course outcome relates to create something, right? Then your assessment should also involve checking whether the student is able to create that thing or not. Suppose I want my student to be able to create income tax calculator in Excel, then one of my assessments, either direct or indirect, should consist a method through which I can check whether the student is able to make income tax calculator or not. And lastly, I should have a method to plan my attainment, whether there should be a method through which I can check whether I have been able to attain whatever course outcomes I want or not, which I will show how to do, but that attainment should also be achieved. So what do we do? First, we start with our program outcomes. We define them. Then we, on the basis of a program outcome, we draft our course outcomes. Then on the basis of our course outcomes, we prepare our syllabus. Looking at the syllabus and what we want our course outcomes to be, we select which teaching methods or pedagogy to use. Accordingly, we select the type of assessments we should do. And lastly, then we plan the attainment part, or we check whether we were able to attain our objective or not. Is it clear? So this is the process of how we design it. Coming to next, this is called the attainment triangle. I'll say something. If you don't remember anything what I have taught today, or if you just want to remember one thing which I have been discussing with you all today, remember this, the attainment triangle. Attainment triangle has 3 parts. First one is an outcome, second one is teaching, and the third was in an assessment. It means that your outcomes, course outcomes, teaching and assessment should align with each other. Your outcome should be such which aligns with your teaching and assessment. Your teaching should be such that it aligns with your outcomes and assessment. And your assessment should be such that it aligns with your outcomes and teaching. They are three corners of a triangle, but they point towards the same thing. Whether the student was able to attain what was promised through the course or not. Now see how this alignment matters. First is outcome. See, outcomes drive everything. Whatever your CEO is saying, whether it is analyzing of financial statements, calculation of income tax, or any other things as per your particular course, your both teaching and your assessment should align with that outcome. Similarly, the way you are teaching, your lectures are planned, that should align with what your course is saying, what your assessment demands. And similarly, your assessment should be such that it fulfills the method of your teaching as well as what the outcomes are demanding. So alignment of all these three is very important. If even one of them does not align, then your whole course misaligns and your attainment will not happen. Was I able to, make you all understand about this alignment triangle? Let me give you an example for a better understanding. Suppose I have used the word analyze in my outcome, right? And in my assessment also, I've given a case study. Okay, case study helps us to analyze a particular scenario and give the answers. But while teaching, I was only delivering lecture. So did the alignment actually happen? Even though outcome and assessment is mapped, because there was an analysis in my outcome, which I'm doing in my assessment by giving case study. But in teaching, I've only done lecture. So lecture is used only for remembering and understanding, not for analysis or other higher order Bloom's taxonomy level. Madhumata ma'am, have you not understood? Should I repeat this again? Okay. Anyone has a question till here? Okay. One thing I want to say is that right now we know that OB is getting implemented strongly through various universities and colleges. There is a very big reason behind it. Why, I'll tell you. If you go to any institutes, you will see that the course outcomes are well made. The assessments are happening. The question papers are very standard. Students are passing 92, 95% of students are passing. Attainment is being done. But when you go into the crux, when you check, while you map, you will find that the actual attainment is not happening. And that is why we are right now here when we are talking about how to align all three together so that what we promise at the beginning of when we say that these are my course outcome which you can expect by taking up this course, and how we teach and what assessments we take, all these align with each other so that actual learning can happen. Actually, what was promised by a particular course happens. Right? Okay. Now let us next go to assessments and attainment. So as I was saying earlier, that there are two kinds of assessment, a direct assessment and an indirect assessment. What are direct assessments? Some examples are quizzes, assignments, projects, viva, etc. Indirect assessments is through student feedback, alumni feedback, employer surveys, exit interviews. These are certain examples. Now first, let us understand the difference between the two. Direct assessments helps us to directly find evidence how a student is actually performing against a particular CO. So suppose one of my CO is analyze, and I have given a question, a case study to a student in a test. Then through this test, I can directly understand whether the student has learned analysis process or not. So that is how we do a direct assessments, where we map our question paper to our COs. Each and every question is mapped to a particular CO to see that the CO is achieved. And then we take that particular test, and as per the performance of the student, we can say that yes, the particular CO has been achieved. Okay, and through the student's performance. Indirect assessment is when we, for example, give a student or ask a student to give feedback. Okay, but when I'm talking about a feedback, I'm not on a faculty. I'm talking about the feedback of the student on what they have learned in the particular course, not about a particular faculty, about the course in as over in general. Okay, so in that way, how a student responds, the questions are designed in such a manner that the way the student responds, we will be able to understand whether attainment actually happened or not, whether the perception of learning, whether the students thought that yes, they were able to analyze or not. So suppose a CO has promised analyze. In the question, we have given a case study which helps the student to analyze as per what we think. And the student has cleared and passed. Now, when we are giving the student feedback, when we are asking the student to give the feedback, the student is saying, I personally don't think I will be able to analyze just because it was, in an exam manner I've studied, so I was able to analyze. But in real life, I don't think I will be able to analyze. So has the actual attainment happened? Yes or no? I would like you all to answer. No. Yes, Rupa ma'am, no. So what I'm trying to say over here is that both your direct and indirect assessment should show that yes, you have attained that particular outcome. Then only you can say that attainment has happened. Am I able to make you all understand the differences of in assessments, type of assessments, and how both of it works? In direct assessment, we are judging whether the student has been able to attain a particular outcome or not. But an indirect assessment, the students judge whether they think whether they have achieved that particular attainment or not. Right? So see, you can see there is an attainment formula given at the below. So one thing I would like to say is there are two types of attainment. First one is a first attainment which I'm talking about is whether a student is passing or not. That is a pass percentage which we call in our language. So say if there is a class of 100 students, 92 have passed, then we are saying 92% of students have passed. Okay. Now, attainment formula is when we do the COPO mapping, when we use this percentage and we calculate the percentage. So suppose the percentage is coming as 80, as you can see. Now, how these two is different? 92% of students have passed means that there was a minimum marks the students need to attain as per the curriculum designed, as was discussed, stated earlier. And 92% of the students have actually achieved that score and have cleared the particular course, right? But even though 92 students have passed, when I have applied the COPO attainment, I saw that only 80% of the students have actually been able to attain the outcomes which I want the students to attain after completing this course. There are such students who pass, but when you ask them, you twist the questions a little, you apply a real life scenarios, the students will not be able to answer. That means the outcomes which we have promised we were not able to achieve in that particular student. So that's why this difference is seen. So does that mean that 12% of the students who have passed the course but have not been able to attain will not get their degree? What do you think? Yes or no? Dr. Bindu sir is saying, yes, the students will be able to get their degree. Dr. Sejal ma'am is also saying the same thing. Madhumita ma'am. Kumukcham ma'am is also saying, Kumukcham sir is also saying the same thing. Yes, most of you are saying yes. So yes, the students will get their degree. Yes, but then why this difference and what is the significance of this? Yes. So see this 92% which we call the pass percentage, this is called the mark target, M-A-R-K target. That means how much we, or as an institution, as the curriculum design, we want the students to get marks in a particular course. This mark target is achieved by the students, and obviously we know, for example, we want students to achieve minimum of 40. So that is our out of 100, which is a mark target. That is one. But the attainment target, that is the 80%, that is something else. Attainment targets helps us to understand that how much, or when I'm delivering this particular course to a particular group of students, how much percentage of students are able to grasp that particular course to towards the outcome to which we want them to achieve. And at the beginning of the session, before you start with any course, it is very important that you define both the mark target and the attainment target. So your mark target is minimum, all the students should achieve 40. Your attainment target should be minimum, suppose the students, 60% of the students should be able to, attain the course outcome. So if you see that whatever at the beginning of the session you have defined, that minimum 40 marks and 60%. If you see that at the end of the course, when you do the COPU attainment and you check and you have achieved, that means the course was well designed and the course was achieved. You have attained the outcomes, or you were able to align your course outcomes with your POs. But if that target is not achieved, what does this mean then? That means you need to make changes in either your course outcomes, or make changes in your pedagogical methods, or make changes in your assessment methods to check your outcomes. Okay, so if you see that your attainment minimum was 60%, which you had thought that yes, 60% of the students should have attained my outcomes, and you find that it is only 50%, that means there is some problem in your course which you need to change, and so that next time when you deliver the course again, that attainment is achievable. Is it clear? Have I been able to make you all understand the difference between the marks and the attainment percentage? Now, I want to ask a very quick question. How many of you over here have been able to calculate CO attainment before today's session? Have you all been calculating the CO attainment? Or have you all just been writing the COs? Runu ma'am has said yes. Okay. Madhumita ma'am has been saying, is saying yes. Kumukcham sir is saying yes. I hope I'm saying your name right, sir. Okay. So a lot of you are saying yes, and some of you are saying it is new to you. That is good. So I hope those who have not been doing, take away something from here. And those who have been doing, and if they were confused with what they have been doing, get some clarity, got some clarity till here, whatever I have said. Okay. Moving on. Coming to teaching learning strategies in OBE. So there are different methods, pedagogies, which you can use to, deliver your lectures. I am not saying that what the previous methods have been used in classrooms are wrong. No. See, as I said, there are 6 different Bloom's taxonomy level. And previously when lectures were given, that is also an important part of, pedagogy. Why? Because it helps us to map towards understanding and remembering. If a student does not understand and remember, they can never apply, design, create, etc. So yes, lectures are also important, but along with that, it is always suggested that for achieving the other Bloom's taxonomy level, we use different pedagogical methods. Few examples are here, like case methods, case studies, project-based, flipped classroom, experiential learning. Let me give you a small examples, or just a small, short descriptions on how these helps. See, case method normally helps us to analyze and evaluate. It helps a student to analyze a particular scenario and evaluate, give their judgment on a particular case. Now, something to about this we should remember is that if a faculty wants to give a use case method, they have to spend at least a 6 to 8 hours time to prepare a case and look at all the scenarios. Until and unless a faculty is ready to dedicate that particular amount of time, then it is suggested that 6 to 8 hours is the minimum time required. Then it is always suggested to avoid this method, because discussing a case method only from one point limits a student's analysis and evaluation thought process. It will only make the students think from one angle, limiting the other angles which could be there to a case. Okay, next we have the project-based method. Project-based method normally applies to Bloom's level, apply and create. But in project-based method, there is one shortcome. And what is that? If a faculty is evaluating a project-based outcomes, checking when they are giving marks, one problem happens is that until and unless a faculty has prepared a rubrics, then the judgment of the faculty becomes biased when they give marks. Because the faculty may give more marks to a student who is more studious, who is coming to class more, who is more diligent, rather than actually looking at the project itself. So it is always preferable that when a faculty is going towards a project-based method, then they prepare a rubrics beforehand. Now, what is a rubrics? Rubrics is nothing. For example, if a particular project consists of 5 marks, then rubrics is me writing down when will I give each and every marks. That means if I am giving 1 marks, the project should have this thing. If I'm giving a student 2 marks, that means the student has done this thing. This definition of each and every marks is called rubrics. And that should be made before a faculty comes into project-based method. Then we have the flipped classroom. Now, what is a flipped classroom? Here we give the student content beforehand. The student studies and they come, and we ask the students to talk about the portion which they have learned, which we have given the content earlier about. But here, something which is very difficult in Indian classroom is that making the students read and come. We all know, if we give some even a small homework to the students, maximum time only 1 out of a batch of 60 will turn up with the answer. So flipped classroom is only applicable, valuable when the students are actually reading and coming to your class. Then you can apply this method. And experiential learning refers to when you ask the students to visit field, go for lab testing, do some kind of simulation method. Then you can apply experiential method. But obviously, logistics is a bit problem to experiential method. So if you have the resources available, then this is a very good method in the higher level pedagogy levels of Bloom's taxonomy. Let's see, I have given an example of these kind of pedagogies. For commerce, there is something called GST filing simulation. So we can ask the group of students to go and do a mock GST filing. In this way, the students will have a hands-on experience to how to file GST returns in their field. Similarly, in science, there are lab investigation projects which the students could do. In humanities, we could ask the students to do some role play debates. This will motivate the students to think about different critical angles, analyze, give their critic ideas, right, etc. So these are different pedagogy methods which we can use in our teaching styles. Moving on, these are a few challenges which we face. So as we know, OB is a lot of paperwork also. Till now, we have been seeing what are the good things about OB. We can, find a clarity whether what we are teaching is actually getting, change to attainment or not. But obviously the other side, every coin has two sides. So other side is a lot of paperwork, a lot of extra work for us faculties. So because of that, we already know that every faculty has a 16 to 20 hours of classes allotted. I'm talking about an assistant level allotted every week. And on top of that, a lot of us have a lot of admin duties also. So along with that, when a faculty is asked to do extra paperwork, and yes, OBE could result in 40 pages of paperwork also, it results in a lot of faculty resistance, right? Documentation burden is there, lack of clarity, because not a lot of us know what exactly OB is, how to do it, right? We have time constraints. Like, I'll give you an example. We have been given 10 days to evaluate papers as well as do COPO mapping for each and every student. So it becomes very difficult, right? And overmapping is also a problem, which I have talked about, how we map each and every CO with each and every PO and give higher attainments, right? So practical solutions, some of the solutions could be, we could, align, keep a few of the faculties under one mentor, so that mentor could guide those faculties, new faculties, on how to, do all these work. Second, we could make one standard template for a department, which could be shared among all the faculty, so that each and every faculty need not make their own COPO sheet. Some certain examples should be given to each faculty so that they could refer to it. And for every year, instead of changing all the COs, start with changing 1 or 2 COs. Gradually, in 3 or 4 years down the line, all the COs are aligned and mapped, and everything becomes in line, in track. And also, evidence-based mapping is also very important, that after you have changed a particular CO, after that course is complete, then you align it with your POs. And if we see that, yes, this alignment is happening, if we see that, yes, there is evidence that, yes, these outcomes are being attained, then in that way, we can, again change the next CO. Or if the attainment is not happening, some problems are there, then we can readjust our COs accordingly. So it is an ongoing, continuous process. One personal thing I would also like to say is that we know that AI is coming into play, right? So there are a lot of different AI tools which we can use to do this. But obviously, we cannot trust any AI blindly. So what we need to do is, when we are taking help from AI to understand, to help us map, to create anything, audit should be there. So we need to check whatever the AI is giving us and understand whether whatever they are preparing is according to what we have want from our course or not. So blindly trusting on AI is not right. But yes, there are many AI solution tools which we can use to prepare all this for us. And before I end my session, one thing I would like you all to write down for yourself, that one learning which you would like to take away from this session, a single useful idea you would like to take away from this session, one challenge you think you will face while creating this OB structure, and one concrete change you would like to make for your next semester. I hope by writing this down, you will have a clarity about this whole session. And before I end, I would like to end with this sentence: continuous improvement never ends. Every cycle of teaching is an opportunity to refine our outcomes. Thank you so much. If anyone has a question, I would like to take up the questions now.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. Aisha, ma'am, it's a beautiful presentation. Dear participants, now the floor is open for discussion, followed by a short break. Even the resource person who are also ready. If you are having any doubt or exchange, or if you want to give any kind of appreciation to the resource person, you are most welcome.
Roshni Bala ma'am, I agree with what you are saying, that experiential method is very important for practical experiences. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, yes, my paper is home science the subject. So we need to understand what is going on outside the classroom. So we need this experimental approach. So every semester we have this practical thing. So we used to visit to different area to the that primary school to understand how their children are conducting their thing. Then in even in old age home also we visited with our students to understand what are the problems, what are the health issues they are facing. So in especially in my subject, that is the all round development subject. It is combined human development, then textile and clothing also. We used to visit to a textile industry area to understand how to prepare, how to make the textiles, the fabrics. Then we used to go to primary school with students. Then we used to go to old age home, different areas. So due to this NEP, we need to know what are the course outcome from these students. Without this, we cannot, the student cannot understand. That's why we, every semester, we are doing experimental method. That is the thing what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was very insightful. We would also like to apply your methods in our institution. I will suggest these methods there.
Yes. Every semester we are doing.
Oh,
Then
that's
even
very
in the lab also, we are doing many experiments. Thank
Okay,
you, madam.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. You have delivered such an insightful and informative presentation on this
Thank you so
topic.
much.
This is during these days, it is highly needed to understand CO and PO mapping in today's education
Yes.
system.
Yes,
The
ma'am. It's very
the
important.
way you explain the importance and objective and relevance of this educational approach, I think many participants have highly truly inspired and then provided meaningful learning experience.
Thank you
So
so much.
that floor is open, please, participants. Whatever you want to clarify your doubt, anything, just you can ask question, or you can raise your hand or write in the chat box. I request everyone to clarify your doubt. This is a rare chance to clarify our doubt, because that everybody does not know that new NEP system. So the previous system is very easy, but this time many teachers even doesn't know that thing. CO and PO also in my place also. So we need to understand. This is very beautiful session. I think so.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Harini ma'am is asking, got a lot of clarity. Time constraint is really a big problem. I had an experience of 2 semesters. It took me 1 whole semester to understand the entire process. Could you give me some suggestions on that? Ma'am, as I said, we could take help of AI also to do this, but obviously we need to have some cross-checking methods applicable. We cannot blindly trust what the AI is providing. There are many tools which we can use to create our COs, do the mappings in very short period of time using the help of AI. And I personally think that yes, we should take the help of AI when the workload is so huge, because each of us gets at least 3 or 4 subjects to teach. And if we have to do the mapping for each and every subject and for each and every student, it becomes very difficult, right? Without the use of AI. So we can take the help of AI. There are many more methods. If you want, we can discuss it later also in details. But for now, one particular suggestion is that you can look into different tools which we can use to do the whole process. Like for myself, I will say that I have designed one particular tool through which whenever I put my correct COs, POs, the tool automatically, does the COPO mapping, and most of the time it comes correct. So this is what I've designed using AI. Similarly, you can yourself also design that. And if you want to discuss further on that, we can do that also.
Yes. So thank you, dear participants. Thank you, resource person Aisha ma'am. It's a beautiful
Thank you so much, sir.
presentation. Yesterday, successfully we have completed 3 sessions. We are going for a short break only for 10 minutes. Since session 4 ka resource person came, yesterday we gave the break nearly about 20 minutes, but today we have only 10 minutes of time. So requesting all the participants to take a break and come back by 4:05. I will repeat. Session 4 will be starting by 4:05. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
Yes. Shivaranjani ma'am, good evening.
Very good evening,
Shiv-
sir.
Good evening, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Very good evening, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, just now session 3 completed.
Mhm.
The participants have taken a short break. We will
Sure.
be starting the session by 4:05, ma'am.
No problem, sir.
4
It's fine.
o'clock, 5 minutes, ma'am. Okay.
Sure, sir.
Yeah. Yes, good evening, dear participants. Welcoming you all for the fourth session. It's a great day that so far we have completed 3 sessions of the 15 days international research methodology program on teaching skills, teaching pedagogy, learning skills, research and academic publication. And today, now we are going to have session 4. Without much delay, let me directly invite Roshni ma'am to welcome the gathering.
Once again, I welcome you all in this fourth session. So now we shall move toward fourth session. Now I would like to invite Dr. K. Sobarani Devi, Assistant Professor and Head Department of Chemistry, Standard College, Manipur, and also coordinator of this International Faculty Development Program, to introduce our second esteemed speaker of this fourth session. Please come on the screen, madam. Over to you, madam. Madam Sobarani. Madam Sobarani, are you there?
Ma'am, I think ma'am is not there. She is having some technical issue, I think so. I'm checking again,
No.
ma'am.
Oh. Okay, let me introduce. The fourth session will delivered by Dr. S. Sri Ranjani Mukhagudam. Dr. S. Sri Ranjani is a professor of management at BGSB School and serves as a research supervisor at University of Mysore. She is an experiment academician and researcher with significant contribution in the field of management study, higher education, and research guidance. She has been actively involved in teaching, mentoring scholars, and promoting innovative learning practice in higher education institutions. Her academic interests include learning-centric pedagogy, active learning strategies, educational leadership, management education, and research methodology. She is known for encouraging participatory learning environment that enhance student engagement, critical thinking, and collaborative learning. In this faculty development program, she will be delivered session 4 on learner-centric teaching approaches and active learning strategy. The section will focus on modern teaching methodologies, interactive classroom practice, student engagement techniques, and innovative approaches that support effective and outcome-oriented learning experience. Madam, over to you, madam. Please come on the screen. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, Roshni Bala ma'am. Hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, thank you so much for that warm introduction.
Welcome.
Yeah. Very good afternoon, everyone. I welcome each one of you to this session 4 of this 15-day international FDP Faculty Development Program on innovative teaching pedagogy, learning skills, research and academic publication, organized by IIDM, Integrated Institute of Disaster Management, Tamil Nadu, and State Islamic University of Madura, Indonesia, in collaboration with all the esteemed institutions, Standard College and Biramangol College, Manipur, Nakachari College, Assam, SBRTM Law College Kadapa and YVU Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh, Baderwah Campus, University of Jammu, Jammu and Kashmir, and Raghunath Girls Postgraduate College, Meerut, Uttar Pradesh. And our today's topic is learner-centric teaching approaches and active learning strategies. So to begin with, let us all reflect on an important reality. See, we all are living in a time where education means it's just no longer about acquiring some knowledge. So it is all about developing the ability to think critically, to adapt, collaborate, as well as to solve all the real world problems. See, globally, the nature of work and learning, as we all know, it has been changing on a rapid pace. And even according to the WEF, World Economic Forum, the projections given by them, they say that by 2030, nearly 59% of the global workforce, they will require reskilling or upskilling. And close to 40% of today's key skills, I mean the main skills, they are expected to change significantly. So why is this happening? Especially due to AI, artificial intelligence, automation, as well as other digital technologies. So this is creating a very important challenge for us, especially as educators. See, today, employers, they are not only looking for the subject knowledge from the candidates, but they are increasingly valuing critical thinking. They want creativity from the candidates. They must be perfect in their communication. They know how to work with the teams, I mean the collaboration, and even they expect adaptability. So naturally, one important question arises. Are our classrooms truly helping our students to develop all such sort of skills? Correct? So traditionally, as we all know, education, it has focused very heavily on lectures, note-taking, examinations, such kind of things. So I agree, this may support the academic performance of our students. But one thing, it does not always guarantee there is deep understanding or you can apply that knowledge. I mean, our students can apply that knowledge, or even there is no guarantee about their long-term retention of that particular knowledge. Correct? Even if we look at the research that is happening in education field, it consistently shows that students learn more effectively when they are actually actively involved in the learning process. How? Because we have to involve them through discussion, participation, practice, as well as they must have some sort of real world application. So interestingly, I will tell you this, all these sort of active involvement, such kind of ideas, it is not at all entirely new to us. So why do I say this? If we look back at our ancient Gurukul system, see, learning, it was highly interactive. It was experience oriented and it was mainly connected very closely to our real lives. So let us understand that human beings naturally learn better, especially through curiosity, engagement, and when we have some sort of interaction, as well as the meaningful experiences what we get from that. It is never merely only through that one-way listening. We are not gaining anything. And perhaps that is leading us to the most important reflection of today's session. What is that? Are our classrooms designed around how we teach, or is it around how students actually learn? Correct. Why I say this? Because ultimately, education today, it is not just about preparing our students for the final examinations. Not at all. It is all about preparing them for their lives, careers, decision making, continuous learning. And that is exactly why learner-centric teaching as well as active learning strategies, they have become not just relevant, but I would like to say they are very much essential, especially in our modern education. Okay. So we just understood why change is necessary. Now let us clearly understand what this change actually means. Okay. So respected audience, What, according to you, is learner-centric teaching? I hope you can unmute yourselves and you can share your thoughts with us. Yeah, very good evening to all of you. I see so many greetings here. Thank you for that. So my first question, yes, Abu Hanifa sir or ma'am, please go ahead. If you can unmute yourselves, you can please share your thoughts with us. So what, according to you, is learner-centric teaching? Okay, Dr. Bindu ma'am says learner will be active. All right. Any other inputs? Outcome is focused on students' need, says Uma Devi ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Any other answers? So my question is very simple. What, according to you, is learner-centric teaching? Bhagyalakshmi ma'am says more participation of the children. All right. I mean the students. Uma Shripati sir or ma'am says learner-centric teaching is when learner takes charge of their learning, not learning from an exercise. All right, sir. And Meenakshi ma'am says asking day-to-day problems as well as solutions. Yes, ma'am. Very good point. Let us discuss even about this. Ankita Kumari ma'am says learners are completely involved in their self-learning. Yes, that point is also true. Saroja ma'am says student needs or market demands. Yes, ma'am. Vishal Rana sir says focus from teacher-centric instruction to the student. All right. Madhuvita ma'am says learner-focused program. Yes, ma'am. All right. Perfect. So thank you very much for all these inputs. Now, yes, all answers are very much right. Now let me take all these inputs and let us just begin with a simple comparison. See, if you take traditional classroom, as we all know, the flow of learning is the teacher speaks and the students listen. But what happens in a learner-centric classroom? The flow completely transforms. As you said, students interact, then they explore, then they construct the understanding. And with you, I mean the teacher who will be guiding whole process. So in simple terms, as you all rightly said, learner-centric teaching, it is nothing but an approach where the focus, it shifts from what the teacher delivers to how actually the student learns. Okay. So esteemed audience, you all can see two diagrams here. Yes. So can anybody explain what is the main difference between these two images? Can you just attempt? You can see one diagram on the left hand side, one on the right hand side. Can you just tell me what is one main difference between these two? Or what do you understand from these images? Okay, Harini ma'am says first image is one-way communication. Yes, ma'am. Perfect. Dr. Bindu ma'am says teacher deliver and second one is collaboration, of course. Yes, I'll tell you in a simple way. So if you observe this diagram on the left side, the teacher is at the center. Correct. Information is flowing outward to the students. And students mostly they are just the receivers, nothing more than that. Right. Now, when you look on the right hand side, the learners are actively connected. You can see so many connections here. There is interaction. As ma'am rightly said, there is collaboration. You can also see the exchange of ideas. But the teacher, you are still present there. Means you are acting as a facilitator. You are not the sole authority. So this is not, I'm not speaking like it is not the removal of the teacher. So this is actually redefining the role of the teacher. Now, what exactly happens in a learner-centric classroom? So in this approach, students, they actively construct knowledge. They're, as somebody rightly said, they're not just copying or memorizing something. And learning, it involves questioning, discussing, applying, and even reflecting. So students, they take ownership of their learning. I saw this point also. Somebody said self-directed learning. Yes. So instead of asking, did I teach this topic? What we begin to ask, did our students understand? Did they engage with this topic? And are they in a position to apply this concept? So one common misconception is, if it is learner-centric, does the teacher become less important? What is your opinion, respected audience? So because we are speaking that learner is important, student is important. Now, what is our role as a teacher? Is it less important than the learners? Yes. Okay, I can see so many no. And yeah. All right. You say that as teachers, we facilitate, we guide, we collaborate. Correct. Yes. So majority of answers is no. I agree with you. It's absolutely not. Our role is not less important. In fact, I would like to say your role becomes more powerful and more complex even. So as a teacher, you become a facilitator. Correct. Somebody said this. Because you are guiding the learning process. Not only a facilitator, you are a mentor because you are supporting individual growth of your students. What not, you are also a designer because you are creating meaningful learning experiences. I would like to say even you are a scaffolder because you are helping your students to move from that basic understanding to the deeper thinking. So a beautiful way to understand this is, as a teacher, you are no longer sage on the stage, but you are guide on the side. Correct? And learner-centric teaching, it is not about making your students to do more activities. I don't mean that. So it's all about that you are ensuring learning is happening actively inside the mind of those students. Because see, real learning is invisible and it only happens through thinking, connecting the ideas, making some meaning out of it. So when students leave your classroom, what do they carry with them? This is the important question. Is it they are carrying the notes or understanding? Do they remember what you said or what they experienced themselves? Correct? Hope we all are on the same page. Yes, am I too fast? Is my pace okay, audience? All right. Okay. So in essence, I would like to say learner-centric teaching is a shift from teacher as a delivery to teaching as facilitation of learning. All right. Yes. Now we have traditional versus learner-centric approach. Let us now look at this comparison not just as two columns on a slide, but as something like two completely different philosophies of teaching and learning. First thing is teacher-driven versus student-driven. See, in traditional classrooms, teaching is largely teacher-driven, correct? Which means teacher will be controlling the entire learning process. What is taught, how it is taught, the pace, even the direction of thinking, everything is teacher-driven. Now, students, they are simply expected to follow, they will listen and they will absorb whatever is being taught in the class. Now, this model definitely ensures there is some structure, there is syllabus coverage, yes. But it is limiting the student agency and their curiosity. Wouldn't you agree that? Here, learners may become dependent on the teacher, especially for the answers. They are not developing confidence. They are not trying to explore on their own. Right? Now, when we shift to a learner-centric approach, what happens? Your classroom becomes student-driven. That too, it is in a meaningful way. So this again does not mean teacher is losing control over the class, but rather that students are given some space to think. You allow them to question. and they are participating in shaping their own learning experience. I mean, they begin to take ownership. They decide how to approach a particular problem, how to interpret a concept, and how to connect it to real life situations. So let me ask you, when students depend entirely on us for the answers, are we helping them or are we limiting their independence as learners? Correct? Then we have passive learning versus active participation. See, in many customary or traditional settings, learning is largely passive. I mean, it is inactive. So it is very common that students, they just listen to our lectures, they take notes, and later what they do is they reproduce the information in the exams. Now, I agree, this creates some sense of discipline. But it does not always guarantee there is conceptual clarity or the learning is being sustained. Now, the mind may be present, but it is not necessarily engaged. Now, in contrast, in the learner-centric classrooms, it emphasizes the active participation. Means our students are mentally involved in the process of learning. They are not just receiving the information, they are interacting with it. Because here they analyze, they discuss, they question, also they apply the concepts. So this sort of active engagement, it stimulates the cognitive processes, especially the critical thinking as well as the problem solving. Say for example, in a law classroom. Now instead of only explaining the legal provisions, what students can do, they can analyze the real case scenarios and they can even argue from different perspectives. Now, what is happening? This is not only going to improve their understanding, but also it will build their practical skills. So, what do you all think? Is learning happening when students are silent or when they are thinking, questioning, and engaging? Correct? Yes. Then we have one-way communication versus collaborative learning. See, traditional teaching, usually it follows a one-way communication model, as many of you already said. Means knowledge is just flowing from the teacher to the student. This may be efficient for delivering, let us say, the large amounts of content. But actually, it is restricting the opportunities for the dialogue or even for the exchange of ideas. And absolutely, there is zero peer learning. They are not learning anything from their classmates. See, even students also rarely get to hear different perspectives, or even they are not at all in a position to challenge the assumptions. If you take learner-centric teaching, on the other hand, this is promoting the collaborative learning. Means interaction is the key component of your classroom. Students, they not only learn from the teacher, but also from each other. There will be group discussions, there will be peer teaching, as well as collaborative problem solving. And all of this, it creates an environment where the ideas are shared, where it is being debated, plus it will be refined. So for example, just consider a management classroom. Here, students, they work in teams, maybe to solve a business problem. Okay. Now, each student here will bring a different standpoint. And especially through discussion, they arrive at a more comprehensive solution. So this is obviously it is mirroring the real world situations. Means here collaboration, it becomes essential. So in real life, what do we do? Do we solve problems alone or by interacting and learning from others? Is it the first one or second one? What do we do, audience? So I'm just asking you, do we solve the problems alone or by interacting and by learning from others? What do we do? Yes, it's obviously the second one. So in traditional learning it's often seen as just receiving the knowledge. But in learner-centric teaching, learning, it is seen as building knowledge. This means our students are no more, they are not just absorbing the information. They are making sense of it. They are connecting it and they are also applying it. Okay. So the question becomes, do we want students who can repeat the information or students who can use the knowledge meaningfully? See, if we step outside education, we see that no skill is mastered passively. Because a doctor, he or she learns through clinical exposure. If you take an engineer, they will be learning through design and experimentation only. If you take an entrepreneur, he or she will learn through decision making and failures. And in all these fields, learning is happening by doing, reflecting, and improving. Then, if this is the real world scenario, why should our classrooms remain limited only to listening and writing some notes? Why? So the shift we are discussing, it is not about, we are not rejecting the traditional teaching entirely. It is all about evolving it. Means we are moving from control to facilitation. As somebody said, we are moving from delivery to engagement and memorization to understanding. Correct? Ultimately, are we creating students who know or students who can actually think? Okay. So with that clear understanding of the difference, let us move to the next slide. Hope we all are clear so far. Yes. All right. Now, audience, why do you think our learner-centric approach is becoming increasingly important, especially in higher education? What do you think? So I'm just asking you, why are learner-centric approaches? Why is it especially important in higher education? Okay, Sumati ma'am says to apply higher order cognitive skills. You're very much right, ma'am. Dr. Bindu ma'am says to enhance the divergent thinking, of course. What else? What is the importance of learner-centric methods or approaches in higher education? Harini ma'am says students are going to get into the real world after their college education, which highly requires this level of learning. Perfect, ma'am. Roshni Bala ma'am has also reacted. Ma'am says to know more in practical experiences. Yes, ma'am. Shivam Singh sir or ma'am says it makes students to use their brain actively. Yes, of course. See, because higher education today, it is not merely about earning those degrees. It's all about preparing our students to respond to the real world situations. And we all know how real world situations are. They are dynamic, they are uncertain, and constantly it is evolving. Okay, let us take a very real, current real world issue. See, across the world, we all use AI tools, maybe ChatGPT or any other generative AI platforms. We all know that these are rapidly transforming education, workplaces, media, recruitment, research, and even in our daily communication, we need such kind of tools. Correct? Now, just imagine bringing this real issue directly into your classrooms. Suppose, I'm just giving you an example. You give your students this challenge. How should universities responsibly use artificial intelligence, AI, in education without affecting creativity, ethics, and original thinking? I'm just giving an example that you are giving this sort of situation or a challenge to your students. I mean, you are asking them, how should universities responsibly use AI, especially in education? And this must not be affecting the creativity, ethics, as well as original thinking of our students. Now, what will happen as soon as you pose such sort of question, suddenly learning becomes highly relevant and deeply engaging. I say first it promotes critical thinking. Why? Because students, they begin questioning, should AI be allowed in assignments? Where is the boundary between support and academic dishonesty? Or can AI replace human creativity? What ethical concerns exist? Or how do we balance innovation with responsibility? What is happening inside our classroom? Now, instead of memorizing those theoretical definitions, what is happening? Students, they themselves begin to analyze, evaluate, they debate, and they try to form their independent opinions. And this is exactly what higher education should encourage. Agree with me? Then it enhances problem-solving skills. See, there is no single correct answer to this particular issue, right? Because some students, they may propose AI guidelines for the universities. Others, they may focus on plagiarism policies. Some, they may speak about AI literacy training, ethical frameworks, or some redesigned assessments. Now, students must compare the alternatives. They must make the decisions. They should also justify their reasoning. And what is happening? They are trying to solve the complex problems collaboratively. Because as we all know that real world problems, they rarely come with some sort of ready-made answers. Correct? Then we have, it prepares students for the real world challenges. See, this discussion inside your classroom, it directly connects the classroom learning with the ongoing global realities. Means students are not discussing something like an outdated hypothetical situation. No, they are not doing that. They are engaging with a transformation already that is affecting the industries, careers, research, and even the society itself. And this helps to bridge mainly the gap between academic learning and even their professional lives. Correct? It also improves the retention and understanding. Now, what do I mean by this? See, most importantly, students are far more likely to remember the concepts when they are emotionally and intellectually connected to them. Means years later, what will happen? They may forget a lecture slide, but they will remember the classroom debate where they actually discussed whether AI should assist or whether it should reshape the human learning. Because meaningful learning, it will happen when our students, they participate, when they question, when they apply their own ideas, and when they actually connect their learning with reality. And that is why learner-centric approaches, you can say it is becoming indispensable in our higher education today. So industries and even society, it increasingly expect our graduates who can think critically, who can adapt to the technological changes, the candidates who can solve unfamiliar problems, plus who can collaborate effectively and make responsible decisions in such sort of complex environments. So finally, learner-centric education, it transforms our students from passive, inert learners to active thinkers. They become innovators and they are like responsible contributors even to our society. Correct? So we have just discussed why learner-centric education is becoming essential in higher education. Now, let us move one step deeper. Because beyond all these strategies, technologies, or activities, certain key principles or the core principles quietly shape the meaningful learning experiences of our students. And to understand these principles better, let us imagine one unusual but highly relevant classroom situation. Okay, this is just an example. Suppose our university announces a challenge. It says, design a sustainable smart emergency shelter for the communities that are affected by climate disasters. I said a university is just giving a challenge to the students. It says design a sustainable smart energy shelter for the communities which are affected by climate disasters. In simple words, it means students are given a real world challenge to create a safe, practical, and even environmental friendly shelter that can help the people during disasters. As we all know, disasters like floods, cyclones, earthquakes, heat waves, anything, landslides, or any other climate related emergencies. Now, what you do is you ask your students from engineering, from psychology, management, architecture, why not media, social sciences, all of them to work together on this one real world problem. Okay. Now, suddenly what will happen? Your classroom is no longer operating like a traditional lecture hall. It begins functioning more like a real innovation lab. Correct? So, first thing is self-directed learning. Now, notice what happens first. See, the teacher cannot provide every answer. Because if you notice this particular problem, whatever we have given to our students, the problem itself is evolving. And if you can observe properly, it is also multidimensional. The students must independently, they should research the disaster patterns. They should only study the human behavior during such kind of emergencies. Then they should explore the sustainable materials. Also, they must compare the global shelter models. Later on, they should identify the practical local solutions. Now, some students may even discover the concepts which are far beyond your syllabus. Now, what is happening? This is the real essence of their self-directed learning. So, students gradually, they are learning how to navigate knowledge independently. They are no more entirely dependent on you, the teacher. Because, frankly speaking, in today's world, information changes like too rapidly for education only to rely on such any sort of fixed instructions. Correct? Then we have active engagement. Now, the learning environment, it becomes highly interactive because students start debating. They want to know which design is safest, what if electricity fails, how will children or elderly people, how is it they are going to use the shelter, and what sort of communication system should operate during such sort of disasters. So notice something important here. Students, they are no longer silently receiving the information from you. They are mentally involved. They are emotionally invested. They are questioning your assumptions. Plus, they are collaboratively building the solutions to the problem. Correct? And this transforms their learning from studying the concepts to using the knowledge meaningfully. Right? Then we have continuous feedback. Now imagine if students, they work for 3 months and they receive the feedback only, let us say, after the final evaluation. Would meaningful improvement happen? Probably not. So, throughout the project, faculty mentors as faculty, you are going to review their progress. Peers, they will be critiquing their designs. Experts will provide the suggestions. Their prototypes, it will be modified. And students, they continuously improve their work. So what is happening? Feedback is becoming like a part of their learning itself. It is no more a judgment at the end. Correct? And students, they gradually begin understanding something very valuable. What is it? Mistakes are not failures. They are part of refinement, innovation, as well as growth. Correct? Next, coming to inclusivity and diversity. See, perhaps the most beautiful aspect emerges here. we saw students from different disciplines, they are contributing differently. See, we had engineering students, correct? They will focus on structure. Our psychology students, they focus on emotional safety. What will management students do? They handle the logistics. Then we had media students, they design the communication systems. Social science students, they study the needs of the community. So even within the same classroom, some students, they lead discussions, some they excel in research, some think visually, while others, they contribute through practical problem solving. What is happening? Learning becomes inclusive because you are allowing your students to participate through their strengths. And you're not giving them any like one strict or single rigid method. So this reflects the real world far more accurately than having any uniform classrooms ever can. Correct? And if we observe carefully, all these principles, they are deeply interconnected. See, because self-directed learners, they become, obviously they will become more engaged. And engagement, it improves through meaningful feedback. And feedback becomes more effective when diversity is respected. So together, what is happening? These principles, they create learning environments which are active, which are adaptive, collaborative, they are continuous, plus they are inclusive. So, and perchance, that is the real essence of learner-centric education. Not controlling every step of learning, but designing environments where meaningful learning can naturally happen. Correct? Are we clear with the example? Are we following this? All right. Okay. And now we focus on a very important question. What exactly do we mean by active learning? So audience, what according to you is active learning? My question is simple. What is active learning according to you? Okay, Madhumita ma'am says learning with purpose. Sumati ma'am says action or application oriented. Vishal Rana sir says learning by doing. Dr. Bindu ma'am says learning motivated by thought-provoking questions. Yes, ma'am. Harini ma'am says complete engagement in the class. Sukanya ma'am says participatory learning. All right. Sumati ma'am says gaining learning experiences by doing. All right. Madhumita ma'am says learning with passion. All right. Saroja ma'am says learners should think and take the decisions, of course. Yes. So, all your answers are right. But what happens with many people, they assume that active learning means simply doing some classroom activities. But actually, as you all rightly said, active learning is not about movement alone. It is about meaningful intellectual engagement. Now, let us just imagine a real classroom situation. Suppose students in a university media, okay, they are given one challenge, let us say. I mean, a media studies. Now, this is the situation. A fake news video has gone viral during a public health emergency, let us say. And as a media response team, how will you verify the information and how do you prevent public panic? So this is what is the classroom situation that you have given to your media studies students. Suppose a fake viral news video, it has gone viral, especially during a public health emergency. Now, as a media response team, how will you verify the information and how is it you are going to prevent such kind of public panic? Now, let us observe what will happen. Students, they are no longer merely listening to a lecture on media ethics, or they are not just studying about communication theory. What should they do? Since you have given them this situation, they must investigate information. They should verify the sources. They should analyze the public reactions. They must discuss about the ethical responsibilities. And they should also recommend the practical solutions. Correct? Now, what is happening? Learning becomes active because your students, what is happening with them? They are mentally involved in this particular situation. And at the heart of active learning is the principle of learning by doing. Somebody already said that. See, when students participate in meaningful tasks, what they do, they begin interacting with knowledge instead of simply receiving it from you. In this case, students are not memorizing the definitions of misinformation. They are experiencing how misinformation is affecting the society in real time. And that is going to create definitely much deeper understanding rather than the one-way lecture. Correct? Then we have meaningful activities. So one important point must be understood clearly. See, not every activity automatically it is not leading to learning. Okay. Now, active learning is not about keeping our students busy. Now, it is about designing the activities that require their thinking. For example, if they are copying the notes, it is an activity. But analyzing why fake news spreads faster during crisis, it requires their critical thinking. Correct? The quality of engagement is what matters far more than the quantity of activity what they do. Right? Then we have reflection. Now, suppose after this activity, students are asked which communication strategy was more effective, what mistakes were made during decision making, or how can misinformation affect the public trust, and what would you do differently do in a real situation. Now, students must pause and reflect. And this is where their learning becomes powerful. Because this sort of reflection, it transforms their experiences into deeper understanding. That will happen. Then we have higher order thinking. See, active learning, it naturally moves students towards analysis, synthesis, evaluation, decision making, and even problem solving. See, students, they must compare the alternatives. They should justify the solutions given by them. And they should also evaluate the consequences, and they must think critically under uncertainty. And these are exactly the kinds of thinking skills which are required, especially in the real professional environments today, isn't it? So, active learning is not measured by how much students speak or how much they move in our classrooms. It is measured by how deeply students think. See, your classroom may appear quiet, yet students may be intensely analyzing a problem. At the same time, another classroom, it may be like highly active, but they may still lack meaningful learning if at all deep thinking is absent there. And that is why active learning is best understood as a continuous cycle. Means doing, reflection, and deeper understanding. Students act, then reflect, then connect the ideas, and gradually they build stronger, and more meaningful knowledge. Agree with me? So, active listening, it is not simply about increasing the classroom activity. It is about increasing the intellectual engagement, increasing the curiosity, reflection, and even the depth of understanding. Okay? Now, let us move to the benefits of active learning. Here, we are moving from what active learning is to what it actually does in a classroom and beyond. Because ultimately, any teaching approach must justify itself through visible outcomes. Correct? Now, audience, what do you think are the advantages of this learning method, active learning? So what are the advantages of active learning according to you, esteemed audience? So Dr. Bindu ma'am says classroom becomes the center of knowledge construction. Absolutely, ma'am. Then what else? Sumati ma'am says to face challenges in the real world with self-confidence. Perfect, ma'am. Yes. So we shall discuss 4 major benefits of active learning today. But interestingly, a single well-designed classroom activity, it can actually develop all these 4 simultaneously. Do you know how? Now, let us consider a practical example. Just imagine you are teaching probability in a mathematics class. Now, instead of directly solving the problem on the board, what you do is you try to divide your students into small groups. Okay? And you present them a real life situation. I'll just give you an example. You give such kind of situation to your students in your probability class. A company is conducting a lucky draw. Okay? Based on the given data, predict whether the game is fair or unfair. Now, after posing such situation, okay, you say that a company is just conducting a lucky draw. Based on the given data, please predict whether the game is fair or unfair. This is the situation, whatever you have given in front of your students. Now, let us see what will happen in your classroom. First thing is higher student engagement. The moment students are asked to predict, discuss, and justify their answers, their attention rate, unsurprisingly, it increases. So they are no longer your old one-way listeners. Their thought process itself becomes active and alert. The students, they begin by calculating the probabilities. They start debating the possibilities and they check whether their reasoning is correct or not. So this is important because attention in passive lectures naturally declines after some time, maybe after 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so. But task-based participation, it will completely reset their focus and it actually sustains their attentiveness. So even a small intervention like prediction, it transforms your students from observers to participants. So engagement, please understand, it is not something we demand. It is actually something we design into the learning process. All right. Next, we have better academic performance. Of course, active learning, it improves performance. It's not by increasing the study hours, but by improving the quality of understanding. So here, students are not simply memorizing your formulas. They are applying the concepts. They are interpreting the data and making decisions. Because learning happens through multiple pathways like discussion, explanation, application, and their understanding, it becomes deeper and easier to recall even during their assessments. So more importantly, students, they develop transfer of learning. I mean, the ability to apply knowledge in unfamiliar situations. Say, for example, the same probability concept, later it helps them in data analysis or in business forecasting or in any sort of decision-making situations. So are our students scoring marks because they remember the formulas or because they truly understand the concepts is the question in front of us. Okay. Now, when students realize that their ideas matter and their participation has some value, what will happen? Their motivation also it increases. So in this activity, students actually become curious to know whether their prediction is correct or not. And they participate not because they are forced to, but because they become personally invested in this outcome. So this gradually it shifts their motivation from external, that is from scoring the marks, grades and attendance to internal motivation. Means they have the curiosity, interest, confidence, purpose, everything within them. And learning, obviously, it becomes meaningful rather than compulsory. So, do our students participate because they have to or because they genuinely want to is the question. Then we have improved collaboration skills. Now, just observe the interaction that is happening inside the groups. Students are discussing the ideas. They are comparing the calculations. They are explaining the reasoning. And they arrive at the collective conclusions also. So through this process, they naturally develop their communication skills. Are you observing that? There is teamwork. There is problem-solving ability. And they have almost decision-making skills. So what else do we need? This mirrors the real professional world. Means where people are expected to work collaboratively rather than working alone. So surprisingly, even in a mathematics classroom, this is happening. Students are learning how to think collectively and they are solving the problems together. So if students always work individually, how is it they can develop their ability to work effectively in the teams? It will not happen, right? So if you observe closely, these benefits are deeply interconnected. Because engagement, it will increase their motivation. Motivation, it improves their performance. Collaboration, it is going to deepen their understanding. And understanding is what sustains their engagement. So together, they create a self-reinforcing learning ecosystem itself. Are we all understanding that active learning does not just improve the classroom experience? It actually transforms the learning from short-term memorization into long-term understanding. There will be capability as well as real-world readiness from our students, right? Yes or no? Okay, sorry, I'm not able to look into your messages. Yeah, somebody says very enlightened presentation, enjoying it. Thank you. It is just half away. Maybe 1 more hour, please be with us. Yes, are we clear so far? All right. Okay, now let us explore some practical active learning strategies that we can effectively implement in our classrooms also. The first strategy we will look at is think, pair, and share. So this is very simple in structure, but it is extremely powerful in impact when we actually use it intentionally. All right. So many of you may already be using this informally in your classrooms. I mean, without even realizing it. But actually, when you use this purposefully after knowing the concept, it can significantly improve the participation, thinking, confidence, and even the classroom interaction of your students. Okay. So quickly, let me ask you, respected audience, have you ever used this strategy into your teaching practice? Have you done that? Think, pair, and share technique. Quickly, you can give us yes or no. Okay, Vishal Rana sir says yes. Sumati ma'am is also using. Superb. And Rebecca ma'am is using. Okay. What about others? Yes, Kavipriya ma'am is using. Kavipriya Satish sir, sorry. Yeah. Dr. Jhansi William ma'am is using. Okay. Dr. Bindu ma'am, Dr. Srinivas Rao sir, Nandita ma'am, Meenakshi ma'am. Bala ma'am is using. Okay. Pulona Devi ma'am is using. All right. Luke Isaiah sir is using. Tarun sir is using. Superb. Okay. Shanilal Devi ma'am is also using. Fantastic. So I'll just briefly explain what will happen in this technique. Step 1, there is think. Means we call this as cognitive or mental activation phase. Okay. Now the process begins with individual thinking. Means instead of immediately inviting the answers, as a teacher, what you do is you pose a meaningful question and you deliberately, wantedly, you give your students a few moments to think quietly on their own. Okay. See, this step is extremely important. Why? Because it ensures that every student participates mentally. Not only some confident students or the quick responders, only it is not that they are participating. Okay, you are giving chance to everyone. Now, this will activate their prior knowledge. It encourages their reasoning capabilities. Also, it gives students some time to form their own ideas before being influenced by all others. Let us say in a psychology class. Now, you might ask your students something like this. Why do you think people react differently to stress in the same situation? Okay, this is the question you are posing to your students. Why do you think people react differently to stress in the same situation? Now, instead of immediately explaining the concept yourself, what you do is, please pause for a minute and allow your students to think individually. At that moment, what will happen? Students begin connecting the question with their own observations, with their own experiences, and they try to recall their prior understanding also. See, some students may think about personality. Some other students may think about family background. Because the question what you said is, why do you think people react differently to stress in the same situation? Other students, they may consider the emotional resilience. So this short pause, what you gave, it actually activates their thinking. Okay. Then what will happen in step 2? Pair. So this we call as idea refinement phase. So this is the second stage and students discuss their ideas with a partner. And this is where their learning becomes even more richer. The students compare the perspectives, they clarify the doubts, and sometimes they even challenge each other's reasoning. So through conversation, their initial thoughts become more refined and meaningful. See, an important advantage here is you are actually creating a low pressure learning environment to your students. Correct? See, even the students who hesitate to speak in front of the entire class, they feel much more comfortable discussing it with just one peer. Correct? Because you are pairing it, him or her with the another student. So continuing the same example, one student may say that stress reactions are influenced mainly by personality. Another student may argue that past experiences or the social support system is playing bigger role. Now, as they discuss, both students, they begin to see the issue from multiple perspectives. And what is happening? Of course, their understanding deepens logically through this interaction. And in step 3, share. So this you can call as articulation and collective learning phase. I'll tell you what happens in this final stage. As a teacher, you select the pairs and those pairs, they share their ideas with the larger class. So this stage, it is not simply about reporting the answers. It is all about articulating or discussing their reasoning. See, when students explain their thinking aloud, what will happen? They organize their ideas more clearly. And importantly, they learn how to communicate the concepts effectively. At the same time, the entire classroom, it benefits from hearing multiple viewpoints. So as faculty members, what is our role here? You have to connect the responses. You have to highlight the key insights. Then you should correct the misconceptions gently. And also you should build a coherent understanding from all those diverse ideas. So in the psychology example, one pair, they may focus on emotional intelligence. Another may be on some coping mechanisms. One more group, maybe they are concentrating on the environmental factors. As these viewpoints are discussed together, students also, they begin to understand that human behavior is multidimensional rather than simplistic. Correct. So let me ask you all, when multiple students share different perspectives, does confusion increase or does understanding deepen through the comparison? First one or second one? Confusion or more understanding? Which one? Of course, it's the second one. Yes. So, do you all think this strategy works effectively? Yes or no? Okay, I see so many yes here. Yes, of course, I agree with you because think, pair, and share, it works because it aligns naturally with how human thinking actually develops. See, first, ideas are formed internally, then they are tested socially. Finally, what will happen? They are expressed and they are refined publicly. So, this progression, it moves our learning from individual thinking to social interaction, from that to collective knowledge building. Correct? And that is precisely why this strategy becomes so effective and inclusive. And I will also tell you about its cross-disciplinary application. See, one of the biggest strengths of this think, pair, and share is that it can be used across almost every discipline. We discussed about psychology. Correct? If you take in science, students can predict experiment outcomes before observation. In literature, they can interpret characters' motivation. If you take it in law, they can debate the interpretations of a legal case. Take engineering, they can even suggest alternative designs or solutions. Why not in management? They can even discuss the leadership decisions in the real life scenarios. Correct? And I'll give you a very important implementation insight. See, audience, please understand one thing. The success of this technique, think, pair, and share, it depends less on the method itself. And it depends more on the quality of question you ask in your classroom. What do I mean by this? See, if you give closed questions, it will produce only short answers. Suppose if you give open-ended questions, it is going to stimulate thinking, discussion, and even exploration. See, you could also have asked a question like this. Simple closed question. What is stress? But what was the question that we asked to our students in our example? Why do different individuals respond differently to stress? Correct. So the second question, it is encouraging analysis to make interpretation as well as you are encouraging conversation. Is it not? So are we asking questions that we simply want to merely check the memory of our students? Or are we asking the questions that genuinely provoke thinking of our students? That's important. So we saw how a simple structure can transform our classroom interaction and student participation. Correct? Let us move to another active learning strategy that takes learning even further into real world application and deeper problem solving. Shall we? Shall we move to the next strategy? All right. Yes. So we have strategy number 2 here. See, if think, pair, share, if it activates thinking in the short bursts, we have PBL, problem-based learning. Actually, this method, it sustains thinking over a much deeper and longer learning cycle. See, because learning does not begin with some theory or definitions. It actually begins with a problem, as the name itself suggests, PBL, problem-based learning. So it all begins with a problem that needs to be solved. And usually, please understand that problem is complex, it is open-ended, and it is without one fixed correct answer. So this will immediately create purpose and curiosity in learning. Okay. Let us discuss about the real world problems as learning triggers. Say, for example, just imagine you are teaching a civil engineering class. Okay. As a faculty, instead of first explaining something about drainage systems theoretically, what you do is you present one situation like this. Just an example. A city experiences severe flooding, maybe every monsoon, despite of having proper drainage infrastructure. Now you are asking your students, what could be the possible reasons and how can this issue be addressed? Okay, I said a city is experiencing severe flooding every monsoon, though they have a proper drainage infrastructure as well. Now you are asking your students what could be the possible reasons and how will they solve this issue? See, now your students, again, they are not sitting without interest in your classroom. They immediately begin thinking about many factors as soon as you give this situation. Urban planning comes to their mind. They think about drainage design. They think about wastage management, rainwater flow, environmental impact, and the list goes on. Now, this problem itself becomes the trigger of their learning. Correct? See, when learning begins with a real world problem, what is happening? Curiosity and engagement, they emerge more genuinely. And it will be like more genuinely, more meaningfully amongst our students. True? So in PBL, students usually work collaboratively in teams. I mean, each student brings different perspectives. They may have different prior knowledge or different ways of thinking. As they work together, they must identify what they already know. Correct? They should recognize what they still need to learn. They divide the responsibilities amongst themselves. They research the information. They combine the findings into solutions. So, for example, one group, they may focus on drainage systems. Another group, they are thinking about the waste disposal practices. One more group, they study about the rainfall patterns or even about the urban construction. So this actually mirrors the real professional world. I mean, problems are solved collectively rather than individually. And here students also develop deeper understanding, broader perspectives, because they are engaging collaboratively and they are learning from diverse standpoints. Correct? And one of the strongest outcomes of this problem-based learning is the development of critical thinking, the development of their analytical ability. Their research orientation also increases. Plus, they get the decision-making skills. Now, please observe, your students only, they begin asking meaningful questions like what is the core issue, what information is missing, which solutions are realistic, and which solutions are sustainable. So instead of memorizing the concepts, students, they will investigate, they analyze, compare the alternatives, and they just give justification for their decisions. So in the flooding example, students, they may study the drainage maps. They will analyze the rainfall data, or they start comparing the solutions which are used in other cities before they propose their own recommendations. So in today's learning environment, it is like far more important for our students to develop the ability to approach and even to solve unfamiliar problems than to simply remember those ready-made answers. What is the use of it? Correct? So PBL, problem-based learning, it transforms the learning from content-driven to problem-driven, answer-focused to inquiry-focused. So it shifts students from being that sort of submissive learners to active problem solvers. Correct? Agree with me? Are we clear so far? All right. I'll just take up all your questions once the session is done. Please don't mind. Yeah. Now we have strategy number 3. That is flipped classroom. Respected participants who is already using this technique in your classrooms, please give us an S or thumbs up, anything. Are you already using this? Yes. Dr. Bindu ma'am says yes. Runu Bora sir says yes. Srinivas Rao sir says yes. What about others? Are you using this? Can I quickly have S or no? All right. So many of you are using this. Okay, fine. So this strategy, now let us look at a strategy that does not change activities. It actually reorganizes the entire teaching learning timeline itself. And this is what we call as flipped classroom. So the core shift is about when learning actually happens. So traditionally what happens? Students come to our class, they listen to your explanations. Then they go home and they try to understand and apply on their own. Correct? Now, have you all noticed the challenge here? In this traditional setting, the most difficult part, like understanding and applying, it is done in isolation. And more importantly, it is done without your guidance. Because once they go home, they open their books, they try to understand and they try to do some application. So the flipped classroom is going to reverse this. Students, they engage with the basic content before your class. And classroom time will be used for interaction, clarification, and application. I'll tell you how. So at home, first exposure to content. See, before coming to the class, students will be given access to the learning materials. Like you may provide them the short videos, readings, concept notes, or even some recorded explanations about whatever you are going to do it in your next class. So this stage, it is all about initial exposure. It's nothing to do with mastery. Okay. Initially, you are exposing them to the concept. Now, students, they engage with the content at their own pace. They can pause, they can rewind, they can revisit n number of times, no problem. So this will make their learning more flexible, plus it is more personalized. Excuse me. Say, for example, in a statistics class, students, they can watch a short explanation of a concept, something like regression, before they attend your session. Just think, when students control the pace of their initial learning, does understanding becomes easier or more difficult? What do you think? So my question is simple. The students have control of the pace of their basic learning. I mean the initial learning. Okay. They learn at their own pace as well as their flexibility. Now understanding becomes easier or more difficult. What do you think? Of course, it becomes more easier. Next, what will happen in the class? There is ample time for deeper engagement. So this is the most important transformation. See, classroom time is no longer spent on explaining the basics again from you. Instead, you use it for discussion, for problem solving, for case analysis, and even to solve or clarify the doubts and for applying the concepts. Now, this is where real learning happens, with your guidance, with interaction, as well as immediate feedback. Say, for instance, after learning the regression basics at home, your class time, it can be used to analyze the real data sets and even to interpret the results. See, in learner-centric classrooms, the classroom time, it becomes more valuable when it is not merely used for delivering the information, but it is collectively used for interpreting, discussing, and applying the knowledge. Okay. Now, what do you think here is the role of a teacher? What should we do? Because already students, they know the initial concepts, the basic, the foundation is known. Now, what is our role here in this flipped classroom? What do you think, audience? Because at home, content is already learned before your class. Now, what do we do inside the classroom? What is our role? Any guesses? Okay, Dr. Bindu ma'am says discussion, of course, ma'am. Uma Shripati ma'am says Kindle discussion, analysis, and understanding. Yes, ma'am. Vishal Rana says meaningful discussion, of course. So, the role of a teacher here, you are transforming yourselves from explainer to enabler. I mean, in a flipped classroom, as you all rightly said, the teacher's role becomes more dynamic. You are no longer spending most of the times only explaining the concepts. You are observing how students think. You are identifying the misconceptions. You are providing the targeted support. Also, you are facilitating those deeper discussions. Very true. And this allows you to focus on where students actually need your help. So rather than simply repeating the information which they can access independently, so your students often need greater guidance and support when they are actively trying to understand, when they are actively trying to interpret and apply that knowledge beyond simply listening passively. Correct? Now, what is the outcome? Simple, deeper, and more meaningful learning. So the biggest advantage of this flipped model is that it aligns teaching with cognitive complexity. I mean, lower level tasks like understanding the basics, it is done alone, I mean individually. Higher level tasks like application and analysis, it will be done with your support. So this automatically it will lead to better conceptual clarity. There will be improved problem solving ability and more effective use of your classroom time also. And one more practical insight I would like to give here is, have you observed this? See, flipped classrooms do not require high-end technology at all. Even simple approaches work. Like you can share a PDF before your class, or you can ask your students to read a case and come back, or even giving a short concept overview is more than enough. Please understand, it's not about the tool at all. It is about how we structure the learning time. Correct? And flipped classroom, it is not just a method. It is a shift from teaching in class to learning in class. That is happening. That should happen. So till now, we have explored how time and structure can be redesigned. Correct? Let us move to another strategy that focuses on learning through real-world scenarios and contextual application. All right. We have strategy number 4, that is case-based learning. I'm sure many of you may have already used this method in some form in your classrooms. Correct? See, case-based learning is one of the most effective strategies, especially you can connect theory with real-life application. See, instead of beginning with definitions or explanations, what you do, you begin with a realistic situation or scenario. And your students must analyze and interpret it. This is where learning becomes active, contextual, and decision-oriented. We have learning through real-life scenarios. Now, let us just begin with the situation. Imagine you are teaching in a cybersecurity or computer science class. See, instead of starting with those theoretical concepts which is related to data protection, what you can do is you present a real world scenario, something like this. So I'm just giving an example. You give a situation to your students like this. A hospital's patient database has been hacked. Okay. Now sensitive information has been leaked. and hospital services are getting disrupted. You are asking your students what could have gone wrong and what should be done immediately. I hope you understood the scenario. A hospital's patient database has been hacked and sensitive information has also been leaked. Okay. Now all the services in the hospital are getting disrupted. Now you are asking your students what is the problem here? What could have gone wrong and what should be done immediately? Now, before you, the teacher, explain the cybersecurity concepts, students immediately begin thinking about data protection. After all, we all have smart students, correct? They think about password security. They even think about network vulnerabilities. They think about human error, ethical concerns, system recovery, and so on. Each student have an idea about this. So at that moment, students are no longer inactively receiving the information from you. They are actively trying to understand a real problem. What is happening? You are shifting the learning from abstract understanding to contextual and applied thinking. And students understand the concepts more deeply when they see them operating in realistic situations rather than in isolation. Then we have application of theoretical knowledge. See, one major challenge in higher education is that students may know the concepts theoretically, but they struggle to apply them practically. It happens with most of our students, I agree. Now, case-based learning directly it will address this gap. See, when students analyze a case, they are required to identify the relevant concepts. They should apply the theoretical knowledge. They should only analyze the causes and consequences, and they have to justify the reasoning in front of you. Correct. Now, in this cybersecurity case, students may apply the concepts that are related to even encryption, authentication systems, firewall protection, data privacy protocols, ethical hacking practices, and so on. So please understand here, now theory is becoming functional. It is not merely informational. Sorry. Students begin understanding not just what a concept is, but where, when, and why it is used. Correct? So knowledge becomes meaningful only when students can apply it to real situations. Is it not? And one of the strongest aspects of this CBL, case-based learning, is that it develops decision-making ability under uncertainty. See, real world problems, it rarely provides us with, we don't get complete information, or there will be no clear instructions how to solve it, or even we don't have like one perfect answer. Students must evaluate the alternatives. They should predict the consequences and they should make informed decisions even when the situation is unclear to them. Say, for example, in the same case, students may suggest different responses. Like one may say, immediately shut down the systems. Another one may say, just inform all the patients and authorities about this hack. And the other student may say you have to strengthen the security protocols. One more may come up with an idea like recovering the backup data. Or one more may suggest to identify the source of attack. So each decision from your students, it may have its own advantages, limitations, and even consequences. So through this process, students, they develop judgment, they develop the analytical thinking, and even professional reasoning for that matter. So our classrooms become more meaningful because students, you are giving your students the opportunities not only to learn the concepts, but also you are allowing them to make decisions using them, using those concepts. Correct? And another major strength of this CBL is that students by default, they begin to explore multiple perspectives. This will happen. Please use this approach. See, during discussion, one student may focus on technical failure. Another may focus on ethical responsibility. Some may even discuss about the legal implications. Others, they are focusing on even on the patient trust and reputation of the hospital. So as different viewpoints emerge, what is happening? Classroom understanding also becomes richer and it is becoming more layered. So students, they begin realizing that real world issues are multidimensional. They will also understand that it cannot always be viewed from a single angle. I mean the real world issues. So deeper understanding develops when students explore multiple perspectives rather than searching only for one correct answer. That is not possible here. And that is exactly what even professionals experience in real lives. Correct? Whether it is in technology, you take healthcare, law, management, medicine, engineering, public policy, anything. What do professionals do? They constantly analyze the situations, they evaluate alternatives, and they make decisions under uncertainty only. Correct? So case-based learning, it transforms our classrooms into decision-making environments rather than mere information delivery spaces. Okay? Students do not simply learn what works. They begin to understand why something works, when it works, and what happens if it fails. So this makes their learning much, much deeper, more practical, and professionally relevant. All right? Clear with this concept, audience? Srinivas Rao sir, thank you so much. You're asking me to take a glass of water. So thank you so much. No problem, sir. I usually take even 2.5, 3 hours, 3.5 hour classes also at a stretch. Thank you so much for your concern. Maybe we may have to close by 6 o'clock, so I'm just rushing. Hope the pace is okay. And let me have some water. Thank you for that. Yes.
Thank you very much, madam. That insightful deliberation have gained valuable knowledge on the importance of learner-centric approaches, active participation, collaborative learning, critical thinking, and innovative classroom practice. I think this session enriches our understanding of how effective different teaching strategies can enhance student engagement, motivation, creating, and overall learning
Ma'am,
outcome.
excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, we are
Yes.
not yet done, ma'am.
No, you have done these strategies. That's why I'm telling.
Oh, okay, all right. You are giving a closing note.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I appreciate your session. You're sharing practical approaches
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
to
you.
make teaching more interactive, inclusive, and meaningful. Thank you very much, madam, for your beautiful presentation. Dear participants, floor is open for discussion and interaction. If you wish to, you can raise your hand or write your question in the chat box. I request everyone to keep your question in order to clarify your doubt from the expert.
Ma'am, still I have a few more slides to be discussed. If you permit, I'll just go ahead and
But then you can continue. Just I thought you have
not
completed
yet,
your
ma'am, not yet. That's
presentation.
what I was
Sorry
trying to
for
say.
that.
No problem, ma'am.
Mm.
So hope you are ready with the strategy number 5. Shall we move to that, audience?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Don't worry, let's try to close before 6 o'clock. So collaborative learning. Have you ever tried this concept, respected audience? Can I quickly have an yes or no? Have you used this? Okay, I see yes from many of our participants. So this strategy, it reflects one of the most important realities of today's world. See, no major problem today is solved in separation or isolation. Whether you take research, healthcare, business, or technology, solutions emerge through teamwork. Discussion, you have to discuss with others. And there must be collective thinking. And that's exactly what this concept collaborative learning brings into our classrooms. First, we have group discussions and projects. See, collaborative learning primarily happens through, as I told you, GDs, group discussions, collaborative tasks, and team-based projects. Here, students do not learn individually in isolation. Instead, what is happening? They work together. They exchange the ideas, they analyze the situations, and they build understanding collectively. Say, for example, let us take a biotechnology class. Now, you may assign your students a project on this. Say you are asking them to suggest the methods to reduce food contamination in packaged products. Okay, this is the situation or this is the project you are giving to your students. Suggest the methods to reduce food contamination in packaged products. Now, different students may approach this problem differently. One may focus on laboratory testing. Another, they want to test the storage conditions. Next one may be on packaging technology. Fourth one may be on consumer safety regulations. So as students discuss and combine their ideas, the final understanding becomes broader, more practical than individual thinking alone. Correct? So deeper understanding usually develops when students interact with diverse perspectives and when they have that problem solving approaches. And one of the strongest aspects of collaborative learning is peer learning. The students usually explain the concepts to each other, especially in much simpler and more relatable ways than having any sort of formal instructions alone. Now, during the discussions, students naturally clarify the doubts. They share interpretations. They explain the concepts and even they learn from somebody else who is giving the reasoning. So, for example, one student may explain food contamination using a simple everyday example that is related to the food storage at our home. Now, this makes the concept easier for others to understand immediately. So, peer learning, it reduces hesitation because students, they generally feel more comfortable asking questions and expressing their confusion within smaller groups. That will happen. And collaborative learning, it creates a learning environment where students, they learn not only from you, the teacher, but also from one another. That will happen in peer learning. Next, it builds teamwork and communication skills. And another major strength of collaborative learning is the development of essential professional skills. See, through group activities and projects, students gradually learn how to communicate the ideas clearly, how to listen actively, how to negotiate the differences, even to share the responsibilities, and even how to work towards common goals. So we all know that all these skills are extremely important in real world professional environments because success depends not only on knowledge but also on our ability to work effectively with others. Correct? Very simple. So for example, even highly skilled professionals, they may struggle in workplaces when if they cannot collaborate or if they cannot work together within teams. So as educators, we are not only preparing students to perform individually, we are also preparing them to function effectively within teams and organizations. So collaborative learning, it introduces an important idea. The group can often achieve more than individual effort alone. That is the main idea behind this. So when students brainstorm, when they discuss, when they combine the ideas, new possibilities, new solutions emerge that may not develop only through the isolated thinking. I mean, thinking alone. So this is why collaborative learning is widely used in, if you take research environments or the innovation labs, corporate training, healthcare teams, engineering projects, everywhere this is important. So collaborative learning, it transforms our classrooms from a space of individual performance to a space of shared learning and collective growth. And students do not just learn the concepts, they learn how to communicate. They learn how to team up with others. They understand how to cooperate and mainly they try to solve the problems together. Okay. Now we have the challenges and solutions. Now, everything we have discussed so far, correct? It sounds promising. But let us pause and acknowledge a very important reality. If all these approaches are so effective, why aren't they used everywhere? Correct? Is my question relevant? Yes or no? Because we discussed about so many approaches, many methods, many technologies. If all of them seem to be so effective on papers or while discussing, why is it they are not used everywhere? What might be the reason? What do you think, audience? So because most of you said you have been using a couple of approaches also. Now, why is it not everybody, why you are not using it? Or why is it not working everywhere, in every institution, in every organization? Why? Correct? Because its implementation comes with real challenges. And as educators, we are experiencing them daily. Correct? So let us look at these honestly and more importantly, how we can address them practically. Now, one of the most common challenges is resistance. It's not only from the students, but sometimes even from our faculty as well. See, students who are used to passive learning, just coming, listening, or however, sitting very inertly inside the classroom, they initially, such kind of students, they feel uncomfortable when we ask them to think or when we ask them to participate or take some responsibility. They are not ready to do because they prefer being told rather than figuring out by themselves. So similarly, educators also, I have seen a number of educators who have followed certain methods for so many years. They will also find it difficult to shift their approach. I don't say no. Now, this resistance is natural because change requires our effort, uncertainty, and stepping out of our comfort zones. So please ask yourselves, when students resist participation, is it the lack of ability or the lack of familiarity with a new way of learning altogether? Making some sense? Now, what is the solution to this? Gradual implementation. See, the solution is not to transform everything overnight. I'm not saying it even. Instead, you begin with small, manageable changes. I mean, please introduce one activity in a lecture, or try to add short discussions, or even you can use some simple questioning techniques, whatever we discussed so far. So as students gradually experience the benefits, their resistance also reduces and their acceptance increases. So the key is change the approach, not the entire system at once. We cannot even do it. Okay. Another major concern is time. So faculty usually feel that active learning methods consume more time, especially when there is pressure to complete the syllabus. Hope you all are feeling the same at this moment. Am I right? Now, discussions, activities, student interactions, they may seem slower compared to your direct lecturing, isn't it? I agree. But the deeper issue is covering content quickly does not always mean that your students have understood it effectively. Correct? Getting my point? Now, what is the solution for this? Smart usage of time and technology. See, instead of seeing active learning as time consuming, we can redesign how our time is used. I will tell you. See, basic content can be shared beforehand. What we discussed in our flipped classroom, like the notes or videos, that can you share it beforehand? Suppose if tomorrow is the class, can you share it 1 or 2 days before to your students? Or your classroom time can focus on key concepts and difficulties. That can be done, that small change can be done. Then technology tools, like we have n number of tools, quizzes, polls, LMS platforms, learning management system platforms. All these can streamline the interaction between you and your children, I mean the students. So this will ensure that time is used for depth rather than speed. So please reflect on this. Is our goal only to finish the syllabus or to ensure that our students actually learn it? Yes? First one or second one? Of course, the second one. To ensure that our students are actually learning it. Then we also have challenge number 3. Large class sizes usually make our faculty, they feel that interactive methods are not at all feasible, ma'am. They say, so managing participation, maintaining discipline, ensuring involvement, all of it becomes challenging. I understand. So it may seem easier to lecture than to engage hundreds of students. Correct? It is difficult, I understand. What could be the solution to this? See, even in large classrooms, engagement is possible with structured strategies. We discussed about think, pair, share, correct? It works well regardless of your class size. Okay? Small group discussions, it can happen within the rows. Can you make them a group and allow them for GDs, group discussions? Yes, that can also be done. Then quick response techniques like the show of hands or short written responses, it can involve everyone. If you observe what we have been doing since the beginning of this session, the same thing. I want to involve each and every one of you because I can see the number of participants here are like around 200. Correct? So please understand that the idea is not to control every interaction because I'm extremely sorry that even I missed a few of your messages because the participation list is like more. But now my idea is not to control every interaction, but to design the participation efficiently. That only that I have it in my mind. So large classrooms do not necessarily reduce engagement. I see that because you all are staying here even after 2 hours. So rather they require more intentional and well-designed strategies. Okay, then only we can sustain meaningful student participation or learner participation. See, every challenge we see here, it is not a barrier. It is a design problem. And every design problem has a solution when we rethink. How we structure time, how we ask questions, and how we involve our students. That is much more important. And the success of learner-centric and active learning approaches, it does not depend on perfect conditions. It only depends on your intentional, gradual, and thoughtful implementation only. So we have addressed the challenges and we have also explored the realistic solutions. Now let us move towards bringing everything together. Let us look into what are the key takeaways we carry forward from this particular session into our teaching practice. All right. As we come close to the close of this session, let us move beyond individual strategies and let us reflect on the larger purpose of teaching itself. See, today, education is no longer limited to just transfer the information. In a rapidly changing world like this, our responsibility as educators is to help our students to develop the ability to think critically, to adapt continuously, and to apply knowledge meaningfully even in the real life situations. It says learner-centric teaching enhances quality education. No doubt. When we adopt learner-centric approaches, the classroom gradually changes from a space of passive listening into a space of active participation and meaningful learning. Because students become more willing, they are ready to express their ideas, they want to explore the possibilities, they are ready to ask questions, and they learn from their mistakes. So essentially, they take ownership of their learning. And as educators, we are not simply delivering the content. We are creating learning experiences that are more engaging, more inclusive, and impactful. Then active learning. It helps our students to move beyond temporary memorization and towards deeper understanding. See, when students discuss, when they analyze, apply, question, collaborate, learning becomes more meaningful and long lasting also. They begin to connect the concepts with the real world situations and they start developing the confidence to use that knowledge more practically. So ultimately, see, the goal is not simply for students to remember the information only for their semester examinations, but our goal is that they retain that understanding that remains useful for them beyond the classroom also. And it is essential for modern higher education. See, higher education today, it carries a much greater responsibility. We are not only preparing graduates, we are preparing individuals who must function effectively in complex and rapidly evolving environments. So So this requires students who can solve problems, who can work collaboratively, who can make informed decisions, who can adapt to change, and who can continue learning throughout their lives. So this is why learner-centered teaching and active learning, I don't call them as optional approaches. They are becoming essential, mandatory. They are required for our modern higher education. So if there is one idea to carry forward from this session, it is this. Effective teaching is not measured only by how well we teach, but by how meaningfully our students learn, how they engage and apply knowledge. And as you return to your classrooms, there is no need to transform everything immediately. I'm not saying that. Even one small change can make a meaningful difference. Perhaps one more discussion, one more reflective question, or one more opportunity for student participation. See, because meaningful educational transformation, it happens gradually through consistent, thoughtful, and student-centered practices only. All right? Yes. With that, I conclude today's session, and I would be happy to take any questions or reflections from our participants.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for the beautiful presentation. We are very happy, ma'am. And dear participants, this is the way we used to organize a seminar as well as workshop as well as FDPs. So happy for you all. You people have waited. The crowd was almost 200. So we used to say, no, we never take your time. Similarly, we never give our time also. This is what we called to for. And today's resource person, she was extremely, she has done justice for what we have called for. This is the fourth time we are giving a chances simultaneously based on the feedbacks given by the participants. And dear, my dear loving participants, dear faculty members, and my dear research scholars and students, ma'am will be taking class for remaining 4 class. So ma'am will be taking seven sessions with us. So please come to all the classes, and this is the golden opportunity for you as well as for me to learn new things. It is not about that we will learn everything accordingly, but I have one beautiful concept called something is better than nothing. That's something we can learn from ma'am's class because she is an expert and she is a research supervisor. And it is not a simple task to hold such kind of eminent post in such a small age. And she's called for that, and she has done justice for what we are called for. And we have completed session 1 for ma'am, and she'll be taking remaining 6 sessions she is having. So hope we will enjoy all the sessions accordingly. Tomorrow first session 5 ma'am will be taking, and then she'll be having another 5 more sessions. Thank you so much everyone. As I told you very clearly, we never take your time. Similarly, we never give our time also to the participants. Okay. So thank you so much, ma'am, and sincerely thankful to all the participants who have actively participated. And I have checked the chat box. It was crossing more than 300 SMS. Right. Whenever the ma'am is asking question, patiently you also replying to whatever she is asking, and whenever you are asking some questions, she also brave enough in answering all your queries accordingly. This shows that this is a good what was that mutual exercise to enrich our knowledge first of all. And if anyone should learn more English, we have to contact SRM ma'am only. The way she is speaking English, right? Because we have started our career in the government Tamil medium school, right? But ma'am, your English was totally in control, right? Because I have been experienced with working in Bangalore for 2 years, so I know how the people from Karnataka used to talk English. But everything is good, ma'am. Really, we enjoyed the class, and hope we used to learn many things on the upcoming class also. Dear participants, so enjoy your day. And many people ask me, sir, what about tomorrow? Tomorrow Sunday is a holiday, but we have FDP. Don't forget that there is no break for the FDP's betas. Please come to the class at right time. We will be started by 2 o'clock and we'll be ending by 6 o'clock. Okay. So tomorrow classes will be there. Please do come. Thank you so much. Over to you, Roshni ma'am.
I can see so many participants giving your positive feedback. Thank you so much. I sincerely thank all the participants, especially for your valuable time and active participation. And my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed organizing institutions for conducting this enriching FDP. And a special note of thanks to Dr. Bennett Rajdurai sir for this kind invitation and support. So thank you all once again and have a pleasant evening.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, Roshni ma'am. Dr. Roshni, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, sir. As we come to the end of this this program, so I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our respected resource person, participants, organizing team for making today's program a grand success. Special thanks to our distinguished speaker for sharing their valuable knowledge and expertise. Thank you very much, madam. Dear participants, tomorrow is the third day of, we have 5 and 6 sessions, so please be join on time. With this, I conclude today's event. Thank you everyone for your valuable presence. Have a wonderful day ahead.